Welcome to Kevin Unscripted, Claude Paradis. I appreciate you coming in and your time and your willingness to come in. And we're going to be talking about bees, all about bees. There's a huge increase with curiosity and people wanting to get into bees, which sparked my interest. It was last year, actually, with my wife wanting to get bees. We got some hives. She has family members that are into bees and whatnot. And then shout out to Peter Christie, who's wintering in Indonesia right now. But we went and checked out his beehives and what he had going on last spring. And curiosity started to increase, and he had recommended I talked with you. And since then, we've had some brief conversations. And turns out you're my neighbor and a 7th-generation beekeeper.
Yep.
So who better to talk to than yourself? My interest, as I started to do in research, was really starting to dig into bees and how they communicate and the nuances with bees, and that just seemed to actually be fairly captivated with something like that. And then talking with you, sounds like you've got, I think, a little bit more of a perspective on wanting to focus on the educational end of things and making people very aware, I think, of the requirements with education and also the physical requirements when it comes to maintaining bees and the difference between beekeepers and beehavers and a lot of those different nuances.
Yeah.
So why don't we kind of get you introduced as far as the 7th generation of beekeeping and your interest in your role and all of that and what that entails in this region.
Yeah. Okay. So, I've come from a long line of commercial level beekeepers, 7 generations. So there's, I'm number 7 and my brothers would be number 7. Then there's my father, grandfather, great-grandfather, so on. You can go back and when we're talking commercially, we're talking various sizes of operations, 500 hives to 5,000 or more in terms of the size of the operation. Myself, I operate just a little sideline operation. It's not big enough to say it's truly commercial, but it's much bigger than hobbyists.
How many hives is that? What's a small operation?
Not quite as big enough that I would call it a full-blown sideline. So anywhere between 75 to 150.
Oh, wow. That's a decent amount. That fills up a decent square footage, doesn't it?
It can. And the reason why I'm that size is to step any larger than that, starts to involve some capital equipment, and I want to spend my money elsewhere at this point in time. I have fun with it. It's in the blood. I really enjoy it, but I'm not quite ready to step outside the box. And you're gonna have to come up with quite a bit more money at this point. So,
do you plan on staying involved though when it comes to bees in general, even if you don't have, I think, your own operation going?
Oh, absolutely. And I will always have an operation of some size going. It's something you can't get away from. And that's about all I can say.
Well, it shows just in the website that you had made. I don't know if that was entirely, all you. It seems like there's a lot of information there that I think we're going to reference quite a bit, because the amount of knowledge and video and investment in time-wise in that video, that website, I think is a tremendous resource to anybody who wants to learn, a lot more about the bees itself. But then obviously showcases your involvement when it comes to bees and the rabbit hole, I guess, that can bring along with it, so to speak.
Yeah, you bet. My interest is in helping people who are interested in beekeeping to learn as much as they can and have resources available to be as successful as they can. Beekeeping nowadays is difficult for various reasons that we'll get into as the talk goes along here. But it's not something that you can enter into lightly or with any romantic notions. It's you know, you got to look at it as it's going to be quite time consuming and laborious, and that's what it takes to properly look after some bee colonies.
What are the more misconceptions, or I think obstacles and concerns when it comes to being a beekeeper and maybe getting involved with something like that?
It's knowledge. Like the main obstacle, and it's not even an obstacle, it just makes a difference between whether you enjoy it, whether you are invigorated by it, or whether you are dismayed and depressed by it.
Really?
Because your successes and your challenges and failures are all very much related to knowledge and doing the right things at the right time, is what it comes down to.
So how would someone approach it then, between educating themselves and getting a little bit of knowledge together and actually starting and applying, what they've learned into one or two hives, or, kind of starting out?
I mean, you got to reach out and look for help and look for resources. So you're doing a lot of Googling, you're doing a lot of reading, looking up a lot of materials, books, articles about beekeeping. But when it comes down to it, people write the books. Bees don't read the books. So what the bees do isn't necessarily going to be what the book says.
Yeah.
So that's where you are looking for other folks, other beekeepers that you can ask a lot of questions to and lean on, and basically mentoring. So you look for experienced beekeepers in your area or around you, and try to latch on to somebody who has knowledge and experience that can mentor you through those times and those issues that aren't in the books.
Yeah. Is there a need for people to get into beekeeping? Like, is that something where they need help and people maybe need to get a little bit more involved, or?
Oh yeah. I mean, I would not recommend anyone get into beekeeping without first spending at least a year doing research on it and getting your plan in place for the next year, and that plan has to include a mentor. If you're starting from scratch, for sure.
And a mentor would be, I guess, just getting involved with different groups within the area that someone might be living in.
Yeah, I mean, you can find other beekeepers, word of mouth, neighbors, this kind of thing. In our area, we do have a bee club. I'm
going to bring that up actually, because that was it's in your website here, isn't it?
Yeah, you bet. And the best way to get involved, find information, there's a ton of information that is put up on the website, as well as, joining the bee club. You're going to get introduced and meet people and mingle with people, and you'll be able to find your way.
What is this website called? Is the BC Region Beekeeping Club? One of the things that we found with this is that there's a few clubs that have very similar titles or names.
On Facebook, there are.
Oh, okay.
So we have some overlap, confusion with a couple of the Facebook web pages. So the Bee Club, the Peace Region Bee Club, this consists of beekeepers in the Dawson Creek region, in around Dawson Creek. We have members out in Chetwynd, Moberly Lake, Hudson's Hope, Fort St. John, and then there's a few who are north of here, as far as a little bit north of 101, who do participate and come down to see us from time to time.
Oh, cool. So that is pretty much the Peace Region area.
Yeah, and it's an all-encompassing club. It's no one is too big or too small to participate in the club. It's an arms wide open group, and the whole intent and focus is to give beekeepers, provide a route for beekeepers to find and talk to other beekeepers.
Yeah.
To share
For
experiences.
networking and support.
Yeah, you bet.
So before we got started, we were actually watching a little Facebook or YouTube video there, and the guy was that we're watching was talking about a decline in bees, and he wasn't really even all that sure exactly what. It sounded like there was a lot of checks and balances and things in place, but he was bewildered why there was such a drop in population. Is this something that's right across the board that seems to be an issue just in general, not only within the industry as far as private use, but then also in commercial?
The golden age of beekeeping, which is, pre-1980s, or mid-80s, you could have a beehive, throw it out in the backyard, throw it out in the field, and you really wouldn't have to do much. They were pretty self-sustaining and surviving. Nowadays, that's you're not going to succeed doing that, guaranteed. There are many. How do I say this? It seems like just about everything is trying to kill the bees now.
Yeah,
and
more.
Primarily, the primary issue that the bee industry is struggling with now is pests, diseases, and viruses. Emergence of new ones that the bees are not adapted to, and as a result, you have that course of natural selection where only the strong survive, and but if none of them are resistant to some of the new viruses and diseases that are emerging, you're not left with very many at the end of the.
These are all new, up as of within the last 40 years or so.
Within the last
the challenges.
Yeah, within the last 15 years or so, we're seeing an uptake of emergence of new viruses, and it's not that the viruses and diseases weren't there before. It's just the progression of knowledge that now, and advances in technology that now we can actually find them and see them. We're doing things like DNA analysis on honeybees to diagnose why a colony failed. And the beekeeper, if the beekeeper doesn't have any ideas of any mistakes that he may have done or she may have done, and it's a complete mystery, then that's where we can get involved with some of the labs and try to figure out the science behind it. I really dig down into the science.
The bees have been around though as a species for a tremendous amount of time now.
Millions of years.
Yeah. And they've always kind of been at odds, haven't they? With doing a little bit of research, it's like, my goodness, these guys don't stand a chance. And yet they've survived they predate almost dinosaurs, it sounds like, by some articles.
Yep. Yeah, you bet.
These things are, considering the odds, I mean, they're very resilient species, aren't they?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that that their populations over time, over the millions of years, have not, become robust and abundant, and also come close to extinction with the emergence of world events and viruses. And
are you able to see a cyclical pattern there where they've thrived and then the population has dropped? Is there, because the time slice in the evolution of the honeybee that man has been present just simply hasn't been long enough to be able to see that. We're our presence and working with bees is on the grand timeline. It's probably so short that you could almost say that we as man are one of these pests and diseases that the honeybee is fighting. Oh, really?
So
wow.
But
how do you deal with us, I guess, hey?
Yeah, exactly. But Yeah, it's just there's so many things that they're challenged with right now, and but it is primarily biological pathogens that are really affecting the honeybee losses, and the sciences that we're applying is helping us to better understand those. Some of those we have controls for, and others we don't yet, and then our goals obviously are to help the honeybee, because the honeybees help us. But there's some things that we cannot yet help with because we don't know about.
How important are bees to the environment and I guess the cycle of plants and the dependence that we have, I guess, globally with plants and bees?
Well, bees are one of the core things in nature. Right back at the beginning, the first thing you talk about with when you're talking about nature is the birds and
The bees.
bees, right? So, but when we're talking bees in that context, we're not talking just honeybees. We're talking about wild bees. So, your bumblebees, your mason bees, your all the other wild and native bees out there. All of them are at risk to some of these things that I've mentioned in terms of biological problems, and then we have habitat and climate challenges in some areas. So one of the things that I try to mention to folks when we're talking about bees and losses and the challenges and the problems with bees is, let's not lose sight that we're not just talking about the bees that we cultivate, that are honeybees. We're talking about the wild bees as well. At least I would. I would be just as concerned about those as the honeybees. The honeybees are in good hands with the beekeepers who are educated, using the methods and the tools and the technologies that are available to us as we best understand the problems they're encountering now.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a whole lot of grasp or efforts or attention on the wild bees.
So like wild bees being like the wasps and like all these other versions that we're familiar with, but we consider pesky. or even fearful of?
Not so much. I'm thinking more along, when I say the wild bees, I'm thinking more along the lines of bumblebees, mason bees, leafcutter bees, which is a type of mason bee. These are natural pollinators who exist in areas that the honeybee is not native to. They're some of them are challenged as well. I don't have all the details and be able to talk in a whole lot of detail on that. I just want to raise awareness that the folks who are concerned about bees and the plight of bees and these reports of large losses of bees is don't lose sight of and perhaps put more of your attention on those wild bees than on the honeybees. So honeybees are going to be taken care of.
Well, what can people do any different day-to-day life when it comes to like just being aware of, I guess, bees in general? Is there precautions or things that could be done?
There's not a whole lot that we really fully truly understand, because we don't study those bees in anywhere near as much detail as we do the ones that we cultivate with the honeybees. But your general rules of thumb are maintain botanically diverse areas. So don't go and spray every weed on your lawn. It's okay to have a few others in there. Don't go spraying all the ditches so that everything is desolate. It's promote diversity in the ecology, and that fosters those wild and native bees to continue to thrive in those areas, so that when you really need them to come and pollinate your market garden or your fruit trees or whatever you have, you're going to get as much or more pollination from the native and wild bees as you would in putting a beehive in your yard.
So that would be just mindful on monocropping and spraying
Yeah.
fields
Yeah, you bet.
and whatnot. And so that's going into the topic of organic, I guess, a little bit more.
Well, not so much. I think it's just awareness. Just being aware of how we manage our properties and our lands. I'm not saying don't control pests, and I'm not saying don't control weeds and all that. We have to.
Yeah.
That's to be able to sustain our agriculture and stuff. We have to. But farmers are very conscious of this, and so they're going to apply what they need to when they need to, and nothing less and nothing more, and that's all we need.
Okay. Well, let's get into, I guess, what does it take now to get started? Like a bee hive. I mean, how do you, are there certain dimensions and requirements and specs for a hive itself? Like, can you just set up?
Yeah,
I know they like sheds. Like, I mean, could you turn? What is it about a shed and a beehive that seem to be so similar? Is it small areas and easy to control temperatures?
Well,
or?
let's go there in just a minute. But just before we leave the whole topic of losses, honeybee losses and such,
Yeah.
I just want to throw out some idea of what the beekeeping industry in Canada looks like. You know, for most of the folks in around the Peace region, we don't have a lot of very many larger sized beekeepers in this area. Just the nature that keeping bees has become difficult, and those who are not able to put the full attention and full efforts to overcome that have gotten out of the bee business. So you have a lot of smaller beekeepers, a lot of hobbyists, and many that have 10 hives here, 20 hives there, that kind of thing. That's what the picture looks like in around our region. But Canada as a whole, you're looking at apiary size of about 800 to 820,000 colonies across Canada. By far the largest concentration of beekeepers and bees and beehives is Alberta, which is well over 350,000, so 40% or more.
Wow.
Of all the bees in Canada are in Alberta.
Why is that?
It's just the nature of where the...
Does that have any overlap with, because they're farming, they have a
Yeah.
larger farming industry?
Yeah, you bet. And so you're on the plains. Okay, so you're on the plains of Alberta. Saskatchewan and Manitoba are the next largest. They're about half the size of Alberta. They're about 110,000, 115,000 colonies in each of those provinces. So between Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, you've got basically 60 plus 65% of all the bees in Canada.
No, the plains,
Yeah,
the flats.
are in there. In BC, we've got 45 to 60,000. So we're down around the 5 to 7% of all the bees in Canada are in British Columbia.
Is that now is the higher density in BC a little bit more along the southern border, like where the human population is, and it's a little bit more open?
Yeah, that's right. And so Lower Mainland is where we have larger populations or density of honeybee colonies, and that's because we have a lot of pollination areas down in like Lower Fraser Valley. Blueberries would be one, cranberries, apple trees in the Okanagan, that kind of thing. But those are, again, you're looking at 100 hives here, 200 there, etc. So there's a lot of beekeepers, but no really large ones, right? On the whole, a typical season for beekeeper in terms of managing the colonies, number of colonies, just think of it in terms of livestock. Okay, so your colonies is like one beehive is one
One cow.
One cow.
Or one whatever it might be, a horse or sheep.
So
chicken.
you have you have a bee yard that has 100 beehives in it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's like a herd of 100 cows. Okay. So if you think about it, how many cows or how many out of your herd can you lose over the course of the year to disease or predators or environmental issues, too cold, too hot, all those things put together. In terms of beekeeping, that number has consistently been increasing over the years. And this is where we start getting into the crutch or the pinch on beekeeping as a hobby or even as a business, is because the losses are getting so high that
It's not sustainable.
It's almost unsustainable. So in terms of beekeeping, if your losses are, say 10 to 15% of the year, like over winter, you're doing exceptional. Like that's absolutely gangbusters exceptional. Typical average losses for an operation from a hobbyist right through to a few thousand colonies would be 20%. In that range is kind of what we plan for and what we expect. Anything over 20 is, whether there's either something going wrong or we haven't done something right. So then that 20 to 30% of losses are still manageable. And the reason that's manageable is we'll get into that a bit later when we talk about the buildup of the colony in the springtime and swarming and things like that. But as soon as you get above that 30%, you're becoming unsustainable, where you cannot maintain your operations indefinitely with those kinds of losses. What other kind of business right now? The average losses is for Canada for 2021, 2022 was upwards of 45 to 50%, and that's average. So that means there's some operations out there who lost 90% to 100% of their colonies, and some that lost, down in that 15% range. But, what other business can you think of that you lose 50% of your stock every year? You lose half your cows every year.
And this is just something that is in relation to why there's been such a decline in bee population, or is that because of mismanagement and lack of awareness and knowledge?
This gets back to those emerging problems that I spoke to earlier in the talk.
Okay.
But
so it's the unknowns that of why there's a decline in it, more so than the concern of people getting into beekeeping and maybe not doing it right and having huge losses.
Yeah. And that, frankly, that's why you're seeing fewer and fewer beekeeping operations around the area. You're seeing more and more hobbyists and fewer folks who are doing it more as a business or as a sideline business. It's just becomes
not sustainable.
It becomes more difficult, definitely.
So at the same time as they're being hardy, they're extremely fragile.
No, I would say they're still pretty hardy, but they definitely have some weaknesses, and when their weaknesses are exposed, it's
devastating. Wow.
Yeah. So that kind of gives a picture. When you suffer those kind of losses that you're not able to make up within your own operation in the coming season as the bees naturally reproduce themselves, you have to go elsewhere to get the bees. You have to buy bees, and buying bees gets real expensive really fast. So if you're talking losing 50% of your operation, you can the bees that you're able to replenish within your own numbers is about 1/3 the cost of in labor and equipment, etc. It's about 1/3 the cost of buying bees. However, if your business is beekeeping and honey or whatever you're doing with them, honey or pollinating or whatever, and you have to go out and buy bees, it's no longer a business. It's a complete, it's loss.
Yeah.
Loss after year of losses. And, any business can typically would be able to sustain that for 1 year or 2 years. And then after that, you're folding up.
Do you provide a lot of bees for people to buy? Is that where people can make up the losses?
Well, there's a number of avenues to buy bees and replenish your stocks. We have some of those links on our website with the Bee Club. I always, number one, encourage buy locally. Number two, encourage buy regionally. And then lastly, and as a last resort, is go and buy online somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can actually buy these online?
Well, they're not necessarily online, but there are beekeeping supplies stores and outlets that seasonally will offer bees. And I'm not saying they're bad bees. They're all good quality bees, but you're going to get the best support and the best bees locally.
Is that what this is here? As far as you got Fort St. John bylaws here, but then you also got buy and sell listings.
Yeah,
is
there's
this
buy
the
and
link
sell
you're talking about?
listings, and we have some links there for local stores for bee supplies. There are a few folks in the region here who raise bees and sell bees locally, and some of them are within the club and others are not. And currently, most of them you have to find word of mouth. Unless you're in the club, then you'll get a list of names to call.
Pretty much tell everybody, don't worry about bees. It sounds like it. Get out of it. Scrap the idea.
Well, no.
Too complicated. Too much information. Not enough resources.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
No,
that
my point is,
it's a real struggle
if you're into bees or going to get into bees, just recognize that it's not easy, and it's a constant learning curve. Bees get real complicated real fast, and it's a constant learning curve. And I say the queen and her bees wait for no man. So you have to learn and understand what's going on with the colony and try to keep up with them and be doing the right things at the right time, and you will both be successful. The colony will thrive, and you will get a lot of satisfaction out of it. And if you miss the mark, the colony will not do well and may even perish, and you're going to go into despair and depression.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Jeez, hey? It's part of your DNA.
Yeah. Yeah, you bet. So it's, the message is, if you're interested in bees and you have not been involved much with bees, is don't run out and jump into it. Take your time, minimum a year. If you want bees, you're just getting interested now. Don't buy bees this year. Spend this year getting connected with local people that are already in it. Get some exposure, get some experience, do a lot of research, and plan for your colony or colonies next year.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And when do you think a good time is to start with something like that? Like, it's snow on the ground right now. We're recording this middle of March.
Yeah, you bet.
So where would you fit in this time of year as far as planning for this season?
Well, if you wait until the snow melt and you start to see green grass poking through here and there, you're 4 months too late.
Wow.
Okay.
You actually, on this website, I'd like to touch on, you had a calendar that actually laid out, I think, a lot of
Yeah, I'll touch on that in a moment. But
Okay.
but
All right.
the reason I say that you're 3 or 4 months too late. Come the end of May or even the beginning of June, before you even start thinking about bees, is that is a true fact. If you're thinking about bees at that time, you've completely missed the mark, and you've missed the season. Our season in the Peace here in the North Peace is so short, and managing bees and beekeeping is almost a year-long endeavor. It's like growing your calf to a cow growing your calf to a cow to the point that the cow is ready to have another calf. If you haven't got that timing yet, and you haven't forecasted that out in your plan for the season, you're going to completely miss the mark on when the timing of when the bees can be healthy, when they can prosper, and when they can be a benefit to why you're having them in the first place, whether that be pollinating your fields, pollinating your garden, making you some honey, those kinds of things. You have to have that plan and those preparations, and basically your bees growing in March.
Okay.
And you're starting in March to be ready for July.
So they're active in March?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. While they're still winterizing, they're in winter mode right now.
Yeah.
But as a beekeeper, there's things that you'll be doing middle to late March, a little bit more in April, a little bit more in May is when you're going to do the bulk in this area. That's when you're going to do the bulk of your beekeeping. If you go online and are looking for, any guidance of what to be doing when with your bees, you're going to find everything talks about February and March online. Well, February and March here, it's, well, even this morning, it's 22 below and blowing snow in March. So we don't have a lot of time to start things once the snow is melting and the bee season actually begins. We have to have everything lined up and ready ahead of time, and really kind of the racehorse in the starting gate ready to go. You're just waiting for that first dandelion to pop, and then boom,
For sure.
you're ready. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is think about bees in February and March, and think about reaching out to other beekeepers and bee suppliers, and where you can get bee stock in February and March. Because if you wait until April or May, you won't have any.
It's too late.
Yeah, your bees are all gone. You won't get any.
Yeah.
They're already sold and they're spoken for.
So what does that look like when you're talking about 4 months in advance? In those 4 months, what does that preparation look like? What are you doing?
Well, I just kind of touched on that. It's setting up your plan for the year. Why do you want bees in the first place? And from that will fall out, okay, how many bees do I need? Or how many colonies do I need to accomplish that? Whether you're just a hobbyist or whatever, or looking for some productivity out of them. Then you're going to be assessing what equipment you have or don't have. So you're going to be buying or building equipment to house the bees. And then you're going to be looking at bee stock, livestock. Do you have bees now, and you're just waiting for winter to be over so you can figure out how many are dead and how many you need to go get? Or are you starting with no bees at all and you need to purchase them? And what I'm saying is that if you need to purchase bees in Canada, and particularly in a northern area, you have to have those bees reserved in February and March, because if you're waiting until April or May,
Yeah, they're gone.
they're gone.
They're already purchased off.
Yeah, you bet. I mean, you're still going to find some out there. If you only need, one here or one there, dribs and drabs. But if you're looking for, 10, 20, 50, that kind of thing, you're just not gonna find them.
Do you need to take into consideration whether or not you need to plant flowers or things for them to be able to have useful for resources?
Yeah, I mean, that comes back to
The planning.
Okay. Why do you want bees?
Yeah.
And
4 months you're recommending for taking into consideration all of those thoughts and itemizing the plan. And
yeah,
is there a checklist that someone can reference?
Well, this is one of the beauties of the of the Bee Club and the website that we put together. If you go on that website, there's actually a calendar under the events calendar for the Bee Club.
Is that a good time to?
But I also put in there. It's pretty much notes from my guidance notes or of beekeeping in the Peace region. And if you go in there, there are things listed or events listed that if you click on them, there'll be a pop-up of a bullet list of the things as a beekeeper you should be thinking about doing, in the midst of doing, or already done at that time and that week of the year.
Where is that listed in here?
It'll be under events calendar.
Events calendar.
Yeah, so it's near the top of the list there.
Is it underneath here? Events calendar. I don't see.
I think it's the fourth bullet down.
1, 2. Oh, there we go. Yep, you are right. There we go. And this is what it looks like here. So the highlighted squares today, and you've got 3 lines here.
Yeah, you bet. And it's not obvious when you first open that page, but if you go and click on items in the calendar, it's going to pop up things that you should be thinking about doing, have done.
It's a nice reference.
Yeah, you bet.
This is a super cool calendar to have.
And it's not exact, but because of course Mother Nature slides the calendar around on us.
Oh, they do. Yeah. May long weekend has usually got snow. We know that.
But it's gonna I guarantee you it's gonna be a closer estimate and guide of what you need to be doing than whatever the groundhog's gonna tell you.
Huh. That's interesting. That's a nice, helpful tool, isn't it? So this goes back all the way pretty much, this calendar.
It's year round.
It's okay. So you're able to pretty much use this as a way to be able to help you with your 4-month planning.
Yeah.
And then right into the fall and winterizing bees and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's all in there. So I hope, folks who may be listening to this and are from the area, if you do go and look at that, I hope you find it helpful.
Well, I think that's a tremendous resource to have for sure. Set yourself up for success instead of failure, right? I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, and as I said, planning is everything when the bee season is so short in our area. Our summer is basically about June 12th to about August 12th, 15th, 20th, in that range. So you're barely over 6 or 7 weeks is our entire summer. A beehive, when you're building up strength, health, and vitality of a beehive for the summer, it takes 8 to 12 weeks for it to mature to the point that you've got a robust, productive beehive. Okay, so if you're starting out your colony, say in June when the snow finally melts, you're not going to have your robust colony until September, October, and there's already snow on the ground.
Yeah,
at that point.
Unreal, eh?
Yeah. So this is why I'm saying you need to be thinking about and planning your activities. It's like planning your garden. When you're gonna plant,
yeah,
versus when you're gonna harvest. And if you plant too late, well, you're not gonna get a harvest.
For sure. No, that makes complete sense. Right? How much effort goes into something like that? Is it a full-time job every, like 8 hours a day for someone, or is it once a day per week? Is it 8 hours, like a 8 hour week, or?
Yeah. So the folks that I help out and mentor, generally, anyone who comes to me for support or bees, you're going to get that information free with it. And generally I tell folks, you need to budget your time. Don't overextend yourself, but basically you need to budget your time in terms of 1 full hour of beekeeping work per beehive that you have per week. So if you have 8 hives, that's
8 hours in that week.
That's a full day. If you're a novice and you have 3 or 4 hives, that may still be an 8-hour day. And it's just, there are times of the season that there isn't a lot of activity, not a lot of work, but there are other times that there's a lot, and it's going to take you some time to get through. And that 1 hour, basically 1 hour per hive, would include your, putting your bee suit on and lighting your smoker and stuff. It doesn't include travel. Your travel is over and above that. So, yeah, you're an hour a week, and you cannot skip. You cannot miss that hour per week per beehive. If you miss, that's when things will start to go sideways on you in terms of the difference between helping the bees, manage the bees, and being a beekeeper or being a bee haver. And I've said this, others have heard me say this before. The beekeeper keeps the bees in the boxes and keeps them healthy inside the boxes. And the bee haver has some misses, and they at one time had bees in the boxes. So they either left through swarming, or they succumbed to a diseases
or
predator
pest
or whatever else, right? So
black bear caught wind and came in there and took it out.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you bet. Despite everything that Disney tells us about Winnie the Pooh and the honey tree, bears and bees do not get along ever.
No.
So if you have bears present, you need to really think about what you're going to do to protect the hive.
What do you recommend? Is it more than electric fence?
Well, an electric fence will deter a curious bear. It won't stop an experienced or a determined bear. They'll walk right through it.
Yeah.
No matter how much juice you put to it.
I don't doubt that. What is the most effective way to be able to protect your hive from bears or predators?
Physical barriers is the best. So you're talking actual steel fencing. You may also electrify part of that fencing, but for where hives are put into problem areas, we'll typically put in a 6 to an 8 foot steel fence. It'll be a wire mesh. So it's like chicken wire, but it's a lot thicker.
It's a heavier duty gauge.
Much heavier duty. Well,
like a bison fence.
Yeah. Well, frankly, it's sheeting that's typically used for concrete reinforcement. So 8 by 8 square, 1/8 1/8 bars.
Oh, 1/8.
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking.
It's pretty skookum.
Yeah. What a rebar.
Yeah, and you need to bury it a little ways so that the bears can't go under the fence. And that type of mesh, it seems they have difficulty climbing. It's hard on their claws, hard on their toes.
What do you have around your hives?
What do I have?
Yeah.
I use electric fences in areas that I know bears are present, but they're not persistent. And in areas that I know that bears are going to be persistent, I just don't put bees there. It's
so you favor the electric fence a little bit more than
it's
enclosures.
It's a lot less costly to set up.
Yeah, that image of steel fence
Yeah.
that seemed like quite an investment.
Yeah, and that's because I move my bees around a little bit between properties throughout the year. If I had a permanent location, then yeah, absolutely, I would invest in.
You move them around because of flower, like the resources
Yeah,
in that area?
floral sources, and you know, helping folks out with what their goals are for their property, in terms of pollination or some production on specific to their property, things like that. But that's not a year-long placement for the colonies, because you got to follow. We kind of say chasing the flowers, but it's not really chasing the flowers. Just recognizing what types of flowers and crops are blooming when and where. And so you want the bees to always be in a place where they can do well and prosper on the forage that's available to them. And when that forage is diminishing, you want to take them out of there and put them in another location that they can continue to do well. I mean,
Is it common to have to move them around?
Oh yeah, extraordinarily common.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not like there's a flowers in an area that grow and that's an annual, I guess, area where they thrive in.
Well, if you get into, as soon as you get a little bit north of Fort St. John here, and you start to get, or east or west, I mean, you start to get into more the wild, the wild forests. Wild forests. So you have meadows, you have hay fields, and then you have natural wild forage in the trees and shrubs around those. Those are sustainable for pretty much the whole season. But if you're moving in and out of, say, a canola field, well, canola only blooms for 7 days out of the entire summer. So you're not going to be located there for very long, or the bees will not do well. They'll do well while it's blooming, but then they'll be starving very shortly after. Within a week, they'll be starving. So you're going to move around based on where the forage is, unless you can find a location that has a huge variety of types of plants that are blooming at different stages throughout the entire summer.
Is for the person that would be getting into it for gardening or close to a field where they'd like to have pollination of one form or another, you recommend like a minimum startup, like start with 4, so you've got a little diversity there, and each hive can help each other out?
Yeah, well, it comes down to come back to that time.
The 4-month thing?
Time commitment for an hour a week per hive.
Oh, okay.
Okay, minimum 1 hour per week per hive. So you got to look at what your own personal schedule is and what you want to spend your time doing. For a lot of folks who are looking for that little bit of support, the best thing to do is not to buy bees and set up a beehive. It's to find beekeepers locally and invite them to come and place colonies on your property. So you get both the best of a number of worlds there. You have colonies that you can feel comfortable in, that they're looked after, or well looked after. You don't have the cost expense of buying and set up a colony. And by the way, which is $1,000 a hive. So when you see a beehive sitting there, that's $1,000.
It's $1,000 investment.
Yeah, on for
one hive.
For one hive, yeah. That's $1,000 sitting there. So you don't have that high cost. You won't have the steep learning curve of how to learn not to kill your bees.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So for folks who are they're really interested and they have a goal in mind of why they want bees, but they're seeing it as a a big challenge to actually jump into that financially and time commitment, your best bet is to find someone who would be willing to come in place.
No, that's a really good idea. I mean, for someone to come out and, is there a need for beekeepers to? Would that be of an interest for a beekeeper to go and set up hives remotely at other people's places?
Beekeeping is a form of agriculture. However, beekeepers don't always own the land or all the land that their hives are placed on. So it's there's always a demand for places to put colonies. Because quite frankly, we can't go out and buy up the countryside just to put for a place to put bees. Right?
Yeah, no, that's I think a really good idea. Get in touch with local beekeepers that are looking for something. Are they actively looking? Are there people looking for something like that, opportunity like that?
There are. I mean, some, as I said, a number of the beekeepers in the area are just the nature of the way that is now is they're not large operations. So many of them have sufficient space for hives on their own property. But there are others who are a little bit bigger and they need that extra space, right? So if you're interested in doing that, I call that hive hosting.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hosting.
and if you like on our Bee Club webpage, there is a link to some forms there, and one of them is a hive hosting form. So if you go on there and fill out your information of
where is that?
Where you are and
hosting. Hosting right there.
Yeah, right
Beehive
there.
hosting.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah. So it should be further down on the form.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. So I threw that up there as it's kind of a window into the Bee Club. What it does is it puts your name in front of beekeepers within the club. And if any of them are looking for a place to put colonies, and what your needs and what you're offering for placement lines up with what they're looking for, they'll get in touch with you, and hopefully it works out. The Bee Club doesn't take any coordination action in any of this. It's merely acting as a place for contacts, for
social networking.
Contacts. Yes, that's right. It has no coordination or administration function whatsoever when it comes to hive placements or buying or selling equipment, bee equipment or bee stock or any of that. All it does is it connects people. And so there's the resources that are there are to help folks get as educated as they can about bees before they jump into bees, and then provide them some links there in the form of forms and such to find other beekeepers to help them get connected.
No, right on. Well, that's super. I'm glad you pointed that out, because I think that's going to be a huge help for a lot of people.
Yeah. So as someone who raises bees locally in my breeding program, and who sells bees to folks locally, between I have all ranges that I support in selling nucleus colonies and selling queens, breeding and selling queens, from the novice person to some long-term beekeepers in the area. What I often see with some of the novice folks is they're interested in bees, but they're not quite ready for them. And some of them, quite frankly, shouldn't get in to bees. And for those ones, I encourage, rather than jumping in whole hog there, so to speak. That's probably the wrong term to use, but rather than jumping into it, is seek somebody out to help you with your goals.
Yeah, that's good advice.
And the reason, my heartfelt reason why I say that is, I see far too many bees killed by kindness. Folks say, well, I want to help save the bees, so I'm going to get some bees.
Yeah.
Well, frankly, there's a lot of cases like that where the bees actually perish rather than if they were caretaken by
perish with by good intentions.
Yeah, killed with kindness.
Yeah, killed with kindness. Exactly.
and if they mean well.
Yeah.
The heart's in the right place. The intentions are in the right place. But as I said, it can get pretty involved. It gets expensive real fast, gets complicated real fast, and then there's the physical aspects. Honey is heavy.
Yeah, you were talking about 90 pounds per box or whatever you call it, because there's different levels and tiers, is there not?
Yeah, so a typical beehive that you're going to see when you go online is going to be 1 or 2 boxes high. You're going to see that everywhere all over the web. That's not the hives that we have in the Peace Country. In the Peace Country, if you've done your work up front and you've timed your bees, like timing your garden, like timing your herd, come the end of June, beginning of July, when the the countryside is full of flowers, and you've managed that colony for optimum health and productive population, it's going to be 6 boxes to 7 boxes high. And each one of those boxes, once the bees have done their work and started to fill them, they're going to be 85 pounds, 80 pounds.
That's a decent amount
per box.
Wow.
Okay. So there's a requirement of physical fitness here to manage, to be able to take on a beehive, right? I mean, not everybody can go wrestle a steer.
Yeah, yeah. It's
and not everybody.
Well, 90 pounds is a decent amount, especially if you've got the height there to be able to move those around efficiently.
It's like, no, not everybody can go wrestle a steer. Not everyone can go and grab a sheep and flip it over and shear it. Not everyone can manage the beehive. So, yeah, there's a physical aspect that folks also need to be aware of. I think we touched on it before, and a different question was about, ages. Is you're ever too young or too old for beekeeping? Well, as far as being too young, I would say not really, but you have to have a maturity level to be able to have an instinct and a motivation for animal husbandry. So 14 years old ish would be about when I would say you're ready to take on a beehive yourself. Before that, definitely you want an adult involved. And then for on the other end of the scale of how old can you be and still have bees, that just comes down to the physical aspects of how fit and mobile you are, and capable of doing the work that needs to be done.
I'm sure that falls under, if you're wondering about that, is probably knowing when to quit, because you're probably not the novice guy who's unfamiliar with everything you just spoke about. It's probably a passion by that end of things.
I mean, I come from generations of beekeepers, and we have some who are well into their 80s that still have bees, but they know who to hire when to come and help them with certain things, right?
Yeah. Well, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, what else should we know about maybe when it comes to stuff like that? You wrote down some pointers there. I thought I'd let you maybe touch on.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're going to get into beekeeping, we've touched on a number of those things. Understand why you're doing it. Do a lot of research ahead of time. Find a mentor to help you get started. And then for finding equipment on the Bee Club website, we have some local sources that you can go to. And if that doesn't work out for you, then anyone in the Bee Club can help you as to where they get their stuff. If it's not one of those, join the club. The other one I want to touch on that not everyone's aware of is beekeeping is a registered activity in British Columbia, Alberta, basically all the provinces. And so it's part of the apiculture, livestock management type programs. So if you have bees, you have to register as a beekeeper, and you have to register your apiary, your beehives. That is on the BC Minister of Apiculture website, and it's a form, simple online form. Takes you 5 minutes to fill it out.
They just want to know
Yeah.
who you are and where your bees are. And
Yeah, they want to know, where the bees are and about approximately how many there are. There's no qualifications or requirements, prerequisites to becoming a beekeeper as far as that program goes.
is there a permit that you need to purchase?
That is your permit, and it's
okay.
and it's free. It's
Okay.
100% free. And the purpose of it is it's for statistics. So when there's, some of those numbers I talked about earlier about the bee industry and how many losses we have and how many colonies are in each province and how many millions of pounds of honey we make each year as Canadians and export and all that, that comes from that program. Because the program, you'll register as a beekeeper, and then you will also get questionnaires and surveys throughout the year to help with those statistics. Another reason for the program is, as with any of the other livestock government controls, is for disease and pest management. So if there's a problem with some hives in a certain area, then the regional inspectors are aware of that, so then they can advise and monitor beekeepers around that. It's a horrible thing if you have a bee yard or some colonies that are really sick, and they're really close to your hives, and you don't know about it. Because then you have no way of protecting them or anything like that. So it's part of that program is that it's communication, so that we can all be informed, so that we can all take best care of our bees possible.
Is it a resource that you can use, like with that video we were watching earlier, where the gentleman had massive decline? All his hives pretty much got eliminated. He can use that as a resource to try and problem solve maybe why. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, the regional inspectors, and they're all over BC and all over Alberta, wherever their bees are, there's inspectors that are basically assigned to those regions. Now, they're not going to come knocking on your door or anything like that. They're at your service. They're there as partners, and they're there as a support and a service, and it's free. So if you walk into your bee yard and you have sick bees or dead bees and you don't know why, it's just a phone call, and that support is there to help you figure it out, including sampling and lab testing and all those things.
Oh, really?
It's all free.
Oh, where did they get their funding from?
It's from the ministry, from the government.
Oh, through taxes then?
Yeah, through taxes.
Okay. Perfect.
But I just want to...
Might as well utilize it.
Yeah, make sure you don't miss that. It's a regulated activity, but with that comes the that support, that partnership and that support. Yeah, I don't know where we want to go next. You want to talk about
swarming? We can hit the swarming.
Itself? You want to dig into a hive and see what's going on?
Well, that's where I think my interest really generates. Mm-hmm. I think the curiosity. I'm fascinated by bees, but we can touch on swarming or even you're mentioning disease and bugs and whatnot. And I know mites are a very big concern, which is obviously something that isn't even something that you eliminate. You figure out ways of being able to manage. And the Varroa mite is one of the more prominent ones, which seems to be, I think, a more recent, threat to bees.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to go next, because a lot of what we spoke of so far in terms of colony losses and sustainability and how many losses you can manage in a year. The number one killer of the honeybees is the Varroa destructor mite. This is a parasite that lives in the colony. It reproduces in the brood. The brood is basically the baby bees, the larvae, and it feeds on the larvae, and it also feeds. Yeah, that's a great picture there. And there is a whole article on this.
This is a freaking gnarly looking animal.
There's a whole article on this on our website, the Bee Club website. So this thing is it's of a tick type family, and it lives in the colony. It feeds off of the larvae and it feeds off of the bees.
When you say feed, it's explain what that means as far as how is it feeding?
Okay. The way I describe it to folks is go into your kitchen cupboard and grab a dinner plate, like an 8-inch or even a 10-inch dinner plate. Because this mite is round and flat like that. Take one edge of that dinner plate and wedge it up underneath your rib cage on your abdomen in the front here.
The size of a dinner plate.
Yeah. Okay. Now push it up as hard as you can till it starts to hurt quite a bit.
Yeah.
And now imagine that on the edge of that dinner plate there are mandibles that are digging into your abdomen and chewing on your liver.
Oh man, that's not a very friendly sight at all.
So it's slowly consuming your liver. Now, the primary function of your liver in your body is to control toxins and whatever else, right?
Yeah.
So if you weaken your liver, you're weakening your whole vitality, I guess we'll call it that.
Your immune system and everything is compromised.
Yeah,
so
everything's compromised.
These things they get in between.
The second piece of that is, which I touched on earlier on in the discussion, is the emergence of new pathogens and viruses. This Varroa mite is a very strong vector of viruses. So not only is the parasite eating the bee from the inside out and compromising its whole life span, it's also propagating these viruses, which then...
It's like a mosquito that way.
Yeah. So this video that we watched a little bit earlier offline, where the fellow walked into his bee yard and he had 47 colonies, I think he said, in around that range.
Yeah, something like that.
And he only had 4 left. And he had no idea why. The bees were just gone. That's why. Because some of the viruses that exist today that we're learning more and more about are they cause various misbehaviors, unexplained behaviors in the bees, up to including absconding and abandoning the hive. So you might have a hive there that's full of honey, has some brood in it, looks good. The queen might even still be there with a little handful of bees around her, but everybody else is gone. That's not characteristic of a social insect, of the bee.
No.
But it is characteristic of the effects that some of these viruses have on the behaviors of the bees. So, number one killer is the Varroa mite. and the number 2 killer is the viruses. So those are the 2 primary things that are affecting honeybee colonies nowadays. You're going to hear and read a lot of different things out there, whether it's pesticides or GMO, non-GMO, all these things that are killing the bees. My experience, my knowledge at this point in time is no, it's not that. The science and the PhDs behind all the studies that we're doing, and the articles, and this is what's killing the bees. And the reason why we're having such difficulty is these are emerging problems that we don't yet fully understand, and because we don't yet fully understand them, we don't know
how do you react?
We don't know how to help.
How do you mitigate?
Right. For example, when the COVID virus first came out, and this might be a touchy subject for some folks, but I'm just going to give it as an example. When the COVID virus came out, and I'm not going to speak to people's different preferences there, but so it comes out, it is affecting some people. Obviously, it affects some people very detrimentally. And until the virus was understood, there was absolutely no way to help these people. As the science evolved, as it was studied and the science evolved, there were some vaccines that were developed. Whether they are helpful or not is still out for some folks. But there were also what do you want to call it? It is more treatment of the symptoms. So how do you help someone feel more comfortable to be able to manage through the virus on their own? This is the challenges we have with some of these issues and illnesses with the bees. Is we don't fully understand how that particular virus is affecting the bee, and so we don't yet understand how to help the bee become more resistant to it, and also we don't yet fully understand how to help the bee overcome it if it's not resistant. So that's kind of where we're at in the sciences now today. Is there's a lot of highly educated people who spend their entire lives studying bees on the scientific side. And we have these folks spearheading those research studies to find those solutions, and the beekeepers who are putting the effort in to constantly learn and constantly update their knowledge and their methods based on the science are the ones who are the most successful. So that's kind of coming back full circle, that if you can get into bees, it can get real complicated real fast. And so you need to be prepared to keep yourself up to date on emerging issues and emerging solutions.
There was a third killer of bees there that you had listed. What was that? This is
this is the one that the
American.
This is the one that the new
Broad?
beekeepers are going to hear about all the time. As soon as you start talking about bees and diseases, the number one thing that comes out is American foul brood. It's a bacterial infection of the larvae, and it can and will decimate a hive. It's very difficult to control, and once the infection is in the equipment, it's nearly impossible to get out of that equipment. So it's often the gold standard there is you burn the whole hive, bees and all.
Really?
You dig a hole and have a bonfire. That's the only way to control it.
How long is this? Is there any use to play in this video, or is it a short one? Or?
It's kind of long.
Okay.
A lot of these things can get quite in depth and take quite some time. So I encourage folks who are interested in it to either go to the website or or Google these things and bring yourself up to speed on them. Thing is about American foul brood is it's pretty rare now. We hardly ever see it. So it's not actually prominent out there in.
It's not frequent. It's just devastating, which is why it's number 3.
That's why it's number 3. But it's pretty rare now. But when you're first entering beekeeping and you first enter your journey on trying to learn about and understand bee diseases, that's the first one that comes up.
Really?
And that's because that has been the first problem with beekeeping for, almost 100 years prior to the varroa mite. So it was, you rarely saw it, but when you did see it, it was kind of devastating for your whole apiary, because, dig a hole and burn was the solution. But it pales in comparison to what we're dealing with now with the parasite and with the viruses and other diseases that it propagates. So it's one to be aware of. It's one that an experienced beekeeper, if you're getting into it, your mentor is going to be able to pick up on if you're in your hive, if you have it, and they can help you get through it. But it's not one that I would spend a whole lot of time researching right now. I'd spend all your time researching that mite if you want to be successful.
These mentors, is there they like voluntary thing, or is this by hire? Or?
There's different ways of doing it. I would caution against by hire. Really get involved with the club, or get involved with some beekeepers around you. That's word of mouth, whether you're part of the club or not, or association or not. You can find people that you can work with and talk with, right? One of the interesting things about most beekeepers, not all of them, but most beekeepers, is they like their bees a lot more than they like people. Mm-hmm. They're introverts, okay? But if you can get them into a room and start talking about bees and opening up and talking bees, you can't get them to be quiet and go home. It's hard to get it to close.
It's a passion.
It's a passion, yeah. So once you start to network with folks, you will find help pretty quick. And in absence of that, if you're really in dire straits in understanding what's going on, the free service and he or she acts as a mentor to help you through some troublesome issues is the regional inspector. And I suppose there might be somebody out there locally in the bee group that would charge you for it.
No, I'm sure there's always somebody that's willing to take money.
There's always somebody that's willing to take money, but that's generally not the culture or the atmosphere that we have as a beekeeping group.
No, it sounds like it's a pretty small, close-knit circle of influence. I guess that I think most people are kind of in touch with each other, and it's a little local community.
Well, I don't know if I would call it small and close-knit. It's wide open.
Is it?
And open arms. The most difficult thing is finding out where and how to get in touch with people. Yeah. And so that's why we built that website. It's a one-stop shop for pretty well everything. And so it takes a lot of guesswork out.
Yeah. Yeah, and the number one killer there, just doing research, looking into it a little bit more myself, just kind of crazy. It sounds like such a freaking horrendous way of having to go through life. Like bees, we mentioned earlier, they really take it on the chin, let me tell you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The way the way those mites, the way they are able to kind of get in there and then pretty much feed on the bee while it's alive until the very end.
Yeah.
Do the other bees, when they enter the hive, do the colony, other bees, not take that bee and help either remove that mite or take the bee and take it out of the hive to a place for it to not contaminate the rest of the bees?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert entomologist, but I will say that one of the bees' defenses of how a colony manages disease and pests is through attrition. So a bee that is sick is generally pre-programmed to leave the hive and die as far away as it possibly can so that it doesn't infect the hive.
Yeah.
If it can't get itself out of the hive because it's too sick to move and carry and walk itself out, the undertaker bees will carry it out and unceremoniously dispose of them. That's for ailments of the beehive that the bees have already adapted to over umpteen millions of years. New things like this mite that they haven't adapted to yet. They're not. They don't recognize it. They don't immediately recognize it as a threat.
Really?
So
that's surprising.
Yeah. So
your buddy's they got a dinner plate on him, getting eaten alive from the inside out, and it's all good.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, there is grooming. There is grooming that will go on. Like the bees do groom each other, kind of like the gorillas in the forest picking ticks off of one another, right?
Yeah.
However, it's these mites are very difficult to remove, and they may not necessarily. The grooming bees may not necessarily, they're not going to be effective. They might get 10 or 20% of the mites out, and the rest, they just can't get them out.
So what is the lifespan of a mite versus a bee?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm not totally up on the month-to-month lifespan of the mite. I would say it lives for months. And the bee, it depends on what time of year you're talking about. The honeybee in winter, or in the fall and in the winter, is a different honeybee than we see in the middle of the summer. It looks exactly the same, but biologically it's a little different. So midsummer, how did I say this before? It was similar to your truck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you got this nice fancy truck and you park it in the garage, and you take it for groceries once in a while, but you don't put a whole lot of miles on it. That truck's going to last a long time, right? However, if you take that same fancy truck and you're driving it back and forth to work, or pounding it up and down the resource roads a few hundred kilometers every day, or 1,000 kilometers a day, you're going to wear out that truck pretty fast. Same thing with the honeybees. Middle of the summer, they're going hard and pounding hard, and their lifespan is about 2 weeks. In the winter time, the fall bees that survive through the winter, they're like that truck, that nice truck that's parked in the garage and isn't getting used much. They will live for months. I've done the experiment a few times where I've taken almost sort of like a bingo dabber, and I marked bees. Marked bees in towards the end of September. The newest bees being born or coming out of the cells in September, I'll put a paint dot on them, and I'll see those same bees middle of April. But if I put a paint dot on the bee and towards the end of May, a new bee in May, she's not there end of June. She's long gone. So
well, when it's fairly cold out, are they able to dispose of bees that are dying off? Like I get in the summer, they have the ability to be able to remove a lot of these bees that have kind of expired, but in the wintertime, they just kind of
In the wintertime, they can't, and that that's a source or cause. One of the causes of these
disease.
High losses over winter is the winter bee cluster is they're in a dormant state, so they're huddled really close together. They're not moving around much. They are shivering their muscles to stay warm. Middle of the winter, the center of the beehive cluster might be 20 degrees Celsius inside, and it might be minus 40 outside.
Wow.
So like they're keeping warm.
Yeah.
Okay. But they're moving very little. And because of that, and because of the cold, they don't heat the whole hive. They only heat the cluster. So the frames and the boxes and etc. and all the space around that cluster might be minus 20 when it's minus 40 outside. So they can't leave the cluster to clean up disease and clean up dead bees and things like that. They're all stuck. They're stuck there. So it would be like going to sit in the gym for some sort of big function, like a Christmas concert or whatever, and 3/4 of the crowd in there has your seasonal flu and cold, right?
Yeah.
You're
nowhere to go.
You're gonna come out of it with
Some losses.
with some losses. Yeah.
How do they just kind of move over top of the honeys that they've had stored? They just for energy.
Yeah, you
so
bet.
they don't have to have others kind of moving around and bringing them food.
Well, and that's the whole reason they make honey, is so that they can survive the winter.
Mm-hmm.
It's
But the access to it, the whole hive, because you said they don't move too far, so they're able to move within that hive, and stay on top of the
very,
food source.
very slowly.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're gonna cluster over honey, and they will stay in that spot in the hive until all of that honey is consumed, and then the cluster will begin a very, very slow crawl. So over the course of the winter, which in our area is 6 to 7 months long, they will have that cluster will migrate throughout the whole hive and consume all the honey. Conditions that we have in the North Peace here are which is very favorable and helps us to survive the winters better than some other locations, is Chinooks. So when it's really cold, those bees are clustered, and quite frankly, they can't move. They're in a semi-comatose state because their bodies are so cold. And a Chinook will come along, and that allows the cluster to warm enough for the bees to break cluster and move over onto another source, another storage of honey.
Yeah.
Okay. Typically, we would have Chinooks every 7 to 10 days, 7 to 14 days over the winter. And when I say Chinook, like at -5, that's a Chinook.
Yeah.
Essentially,
Yeah.
right? From going from -30 or
30, 40.
-25 to -5, that's a sufficient warming them for them to be able to move. Where we have issues is some of those winters where it stays -25 or 30 for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, the dead of January and February, and not getting a break in January or February where they can move. That's where you're going to have high winter losses. If it's not mites or disease, it would be a condition like that, which I call too cold for too long. They can't move. They starve in place. There's honey all around them, but they starve in that spot, and the hive, it dies, it perishes, right?
Is there a rule of thumb that you're able to use to be able to figure out when it comes to harvesting the honey, how much to take and how much to leave behind?
Yeah.
Like for the bees, for the winter?
Yeah, you bet. That's a good question. Depends on what configuration you're wintering your hives in. And by that I mean whether you're wintering in smaller boxes, smaller colonies, or a one box single, as we call it, or a double. So the weight's going to be different. But basically, if you're the typical wintering configuration for our area, because the winters are so long and they need a lot of honey, is 2 boxes. And you're all up total target weight for that beehive. Bees, boxes, frames, honey, everything all at once, all together, is you weigh the hive about the end of middle of September, and your goal is 170 pounds.
Worth of honey for that hive?
Total hive, 170 pounds. And inside that hive is, of that 170, about 120 is going to be honey. 110, 120 pounds of honey. So that amount is going to carry that colony through from September to the end of April, or nearly the end of April. By the end of April, the hive is going to be empty of honey.
Yeah.
And as a beekeeper, you're chomping to see the first dandelions.
Well,
otherwise you're going to have to start feeding
so
them.
Excess of that weight would be something you can take.
Yeah.
And how much of that
No.
is that like is there a percentage, or I guess it depends on how the health, like the variables or the size of the hive and how healthy and
Yep. Yeah, you bet. All of those variables come into play. And this is another key point for new beekeepers in the Peace region, or folks who have some beekeeping experience, but they're taking their information from other regions or other areas. We live in an area that through the summer, you're going to get 20, 21 hours of daylight. Bees are solar powered. If there's light, they're flying. And if they're flying, they're working. So, and this is going back to your question about how much honey to leave them at the end of the year. Well, you're not going to harvest only once at the end of the year. And if you are only doing it once at the end of the year, then you're missing a lot of opportunity in terms of the productivity of that colony. And you're also probably creating yourself a lot of problems in terms of keeping the bees in the boxes. A typical year for me, I will harvest up to 4 times over the summer.
No, really?
Okay, and the last time is usually about the 15th, 20th of August.
Oh, wow. That's a decent amount. Man, those are worker bees, eh? Jeez.
Yeah, and this goes back to earlier in the discussion where I said you're not going to see, well, you may see them, but in the Peace region, generally, you're not going to see beehives that are only 2 boxes tall. You're going to see them 6 boxes, 5 to 7 boxes tall. So generally 6 boxes, if that hive has been well managed and the beekeeper has planned out the season properly.
Are there ways to help them out a little bit, like in the winter? It's a double question, I guess, not only with being able to provide heat for them so that if you have a colder snap, you're able to insulate them somehow and allow an artificial aluminium within that hive to be able to let them move for the day or however long is needed. But then also, help them along if needed with sugar water or some, I guess, artificial means of being able to, survive if they run into hard times.
Yeah. So in general, Mother Nature provides, and where she doesn't, the beekeeper has to. So you're going to have some seasons where, forage has been abundant. The bees have done well. They were able to pack away sufficient stores for the winter. You might have had a late fall, some really nice weather in the fall, like we did in 2022, where we didn't see a killing frost until well into October. And then you'll have other years where, your killing frost is on the 15th of August and there's snow on the ground on 20th or 25th. It doesn't stick, but it's there.
Yeah.
And then it's just a cool, miserable, wet September, October, fall. On those years, guaranteed, you need to feed and supplement your colonies, or they will not last the winter. The pantries won't be full enough.
No.
Right?
So is sugar, what would you use for something like that?
There's many different things you can, that people have attempted to feed the bees. The number one healthiest feed for the bees for winter is sucrose, is white sugar. You don't want to try to feed them organic or unprocessed, all the brown sugars and all these things. That is actually poisonous.
Oh, really?
To the bees. So you want to use clear white sucrose sugar, and the reason why it's the best for them is because it's the purest. And through winter, the bees, they don't need all the other nutritional aspects that they normally get through their other forage. When you're talking about the vitamins, minerals, proteins that come from pollens and such, these are actually detrimental through the winter, because in the winter, the bees need energy to stay warm, nothing else, because that bee is like the parked truck in the garage. It already has everything it needs. It just needs to stay warm.
Yeah.
And the best way of doing that is the purest energy, which is just straight sucrose. If you start introducing other types of feed that have a lot of supplements in them, what those supplements do is they just become fecal matter in the bee's guts. And it's pretty hard for a bee to leave the beehive to go poop in January.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Whereas if if they have a very pure energy source, their guts stay clear. They're not accumulating anything, so that they're just generating energy and water from the food. So if you have to supplement the feed, number one, sucrose.
There's no processing then.
No.
It's just pure energy for shiver factor.
That's right. That's right. Straight energy.
That's
Straight
good.
energy.
What about heating then? Do you wrap any kind of insulation around a hive? Or
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bees are going to generate the heat to maintain their cluster, but when you start pushing temperatures below -7 and colder, they need some sort of insulation. They don't need the insulation to stay to heat them and keep them warm. It's mainly to keep the elements off of them. So you want to keep the drafts out.
So, I see.
Keep the wind off of them.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, wrap it up. Keep the wind off them, and keep significant heat losses off. So that's where insulation comes into play. And it's more important to insulate the top of the hive than it is to insulate the sides.
Almost be worth having like a Quonset that you can throw a wood stove in, eh?
Well, yes and no. because our winters are so long, and because their reserves are limited, and because the lifespan of that bee is timed by how much activity and energy it does. If your beehive is too warm, then the bees stay overactive through the winter. So they're going to eat a lot more, and their lifespan actually shortens. So instead of that painted bee in September making it to April, she times out in March or the end of February.
Well, not heat it the whole time. It's just
Yeah.
it's out of the elements, and then if it gets a really long cold snap, then you just throw maybe get the wood stove going, and then let it get back to the cold dormant section.
Yeah, I would argue against that from experience. I would say just keep the draft off them, and keep major heat losses off them with some insulation, and let the bees do the rest. I mean, they've been doing this for millions of years.
Yeah.
You know, keep them healthy, make sure they have enough food, and keep the draft off of them. And
I think that's
they
why
will
a lot
survive.
of people have the perception that they are low maintenance, is because, bees are perceived to be fairly self-sufficient and agitated by human interaction at the beginning anyway. So
Yeah.
leave them be.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Well, and there is there is that is a really good point. If you as the beekeeper have taken care of all the basics, you made sure they have good nutrition, you made sure that they're you made sure that they're healthy, and you're controlling the pests and you're controlling the diseases with the methods and the tools that are available to the best of your knowledge at the time. Outside of that, let the bees be the bees. Let the bees be, and do what they do. But you have to look after those foundational aspects, or they will not do well.
what about
Because quite frankly, bees are they're a tropical animal. They live where it's warm and where there's sunshine. Where we live, it's a white, cold, desolate landscape 9 months out of the year.
they're not a native? They're not native to this area.
No. The only bees that would be native are the ones we mentioned earlier in our talk. Your bumblebees and your mason bees and the leaf cutters and other solitary type bees, because they have adapted to surviving our climates. The honeybees are not.
Is that why
So-
bees if the ones that build a nest in your shed, the paper ones, they're usually gone in the winter?
Yeah.
Where do they go?
Yeah, those are wasps and hornets. And wasps and hornets, the entire colony dies in the fall. So the first frost, those wasps and hornets disappear. The only thing that survives the winter is the queen. So the wasp.
Where's the queen go?
The wasp and hornet queen typically will dig under vegetation, leaves, rotten logs, these types of things, just like every other.
It burrows to get away from the frost.
Burrows
Hibernates
Exactly.
like a bear.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, sort of. But they have no way of keeping warm, so they have natural functions in their body and where they choose to dig a hole and get away from the frost for the winter. That's how they survive. And this is the reason why with wasps and hornets, you might see a couple of them in the spring, but really not very many, because they
They're
start out.
reproducing.
They start out with one. They start out with the queen. But come, middle of August, she's built a lot of workers, and all of a sudden there's wasps everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? So
Is that another issue when it comes to honeybees?
they can be. You could think in terms of herbivores and carnivores. So the honeybee is a herbivore. So she goes around and she licks up nectar and she collects pollen. It's basically a vegetarian, if I was going to say that. The wasps and hornets are predators. They are meat eaters. They seek out other insects and in some case small rodents, and that's what they eat. So they can become, as their populations climb towards the midsummer, late summer, we actually can end up in conditions where the wasp and the hornets are attacking the beehive and eating the bees.
Do they go after their honey also?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
They're strictly predator.
After the bees. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that why I've seen a little bit about the stinger there? They're able to sting multiple times because they're a little bit more. That's their defense and their primary form of survival. Whereas a honeybee, it's a defense mechanism. They're having to only if they need to.
Yeah. So honeybee, it's a defense mechanism. On wasps and hornets, it could be, if they are not physically powerful enough to overtake their prey, they may use their stinger to subdue it. So it becomes like, I guess, like a spider bite, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, the queen, does the queen
to kill
have,
their prey.
drones don't have, honeybee drones don't have stingers, do they?
No, they not drones. Queens do. So there's three types of bees in a beehive. So you have a queen.
Yeah.
Normally there's just one honeybee in one queen bee in the beehive. She has a stinger. She will use that stinger to kill other queens. It's like a battle royale. There can only ever be one reigning supreme. Then, of course, you have the worker bees, which is the ones that you see on the flowers around your garden and such. Those ones have stingers. They use that exclusively for defense. Okay. Then you have the male bee, which is the drone. They're called drones. And he doesn't have a stinger. Well, he has a stinger, but it's for different purposes. His sole purpose.
Fair enough.
His sole purpose is to mate with the queens, right? But it's not a stinger.
Why don't we, I'm going to ask about, I guess, the life of a bee and that transition, but let's take a potty break first.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Internally, of course, is mead.
Mead?
Mead.
Mead?
Honey wine.
You make honey wine?
I do. I do.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
It is really good. I have a batch in process right now that I can probably bring you one when it's ready.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't.
Done.
I don't have any. I'll bring you some for sure. I don't have any left at the moment because I've either given it away or drank it all.
That would go. I don't drink much wine,
Yeah.
but the wife does. She likes wine, and I don't mind it every now and then. Like when it comes to wine, I'm usually a one glass kind of guy.
Yeah. So the thing is with mead, some folks view it as like think of it as a beer.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's more of a wine. And it's not really a wine. It's kind of a cross between a wine and a spirit, because depending on how you brew it, it can come out with a pretty high alcohol content.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it'd be almost like.
Well, I guess
it's
it makes
almost like
sense
drinking-
because the sugars would ferment.
Yeah, so it's almost like drinking the rum here.
Oh.
And so, yeah,
You should have brought that.
if you like
eh?
this, I think you'll like it.
Oh, I think I will. I know I will. Well, we're recording. You want to leave that in there? Let's leave that in there. Hey, honey, the wine.
Well, maybe we can mention it properly a bit later.
Well, cheers.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it's good to well, let's get back at her.
Let's get back at it.
Where did we leave? We were talking about life cycle, because there's I think a few stages that a bee cycle goes as far as duties from birth to what is a bee hatch? It would hatch from a brood into
We call it emerging.
emerging. Okay.
Yeah. So we've got basically the queen lays the egg. After about 3.5 days to 4 days, depending on temperatures, that egg will hatch. So an egg hatches. So that egg will hatch. At that point, it hatches into a very small larvae. So it's like it's like a small worm. Okay. The nurse bees in the hive will then be feeding these larvae. They're going to feed them a mixture of honey and pollens and extrusions from their glands, their mandibular glands. And these glands are what basically stimulates the larvae to grow. And it may, depending on what the conditions of the hive are at the time, it may stimulate that larvae to develop into a regular worker bee, or perhaps a queen bee. And the only difference between the two is the type of food that it's fed in that larvae stage in the first few days.
It dictates the genetic or the sex, I guess, of that bee.
Yeah. Well, the sex.
No, I guess the
sex
sex
is the same, but how prominent, how prominently developed certain aspects of the bee become is based on what it's fed.
And the secretion is royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Yeah.
And what is royal jelly? Is that just more of a? It's got to be a sugar base. Is it like a protein or?
It's a protein enzyme that is made in glands in the head of the nurse bee.
Oh,
so it's almost like a type of spit, if you will.
Wow.
Okay, so the nurse bee will take in honey and pollen.
Yeah.
Blend those together with enzymes, and then from those it's able to produce and excrete royal jelly from the glands in its head.
Oh, wow. Jeez. That's fucking freaks of nature.
And then just depending on how much royal jelly that larvae gets versus how much regular bee bread the larvae gets kind of determines.
Oh, the bread. So it'll give all the larva food or larvae. Is it larvae or?
Plural would be larvae.
Larvae.
Yeah.
So all the larvae get royal jelly at the beginning, and then only a select few predetermine that they want to turn into more queen bee options, get royal jelly.
Then they will continue feeding that royal jelly.
And bread is fed to the remaining larva.
Yeah.
Or larvae.
Larvae. Yeah.
What is the bread?
It's a mixture of honey and
pollen. Oh, okay. Yeah. So when these larvae, they actually what did you call that term again? They
Okay, so while the egg is laid,
yeah,
the egg will hatch
into
a larvae. That larvae will go through a very dramatic, very fast growth based on what they're being fed, up to the point that it's ready to begin pupating or metamorphosis. So it will
pupating.
Yeah.
Why did we?
So it will then it's going to spin a cocoon. It's kind of like your caterpillar turned butterfly. Okay, so
really?
it's your larvae turned honeybee. So it's going to spin a cocoon around itself. Then the bees will then put a wax cap over top of the cocoon just to protect it. And then after about 2 more weeks, a young bee is going to emerge.
Wow.
And emerge, not hatch.
So that's where the emerge comes from.
Yes.
So
She
these are
emerges
in
from
the
the
same little pockets where they store the honey.
Yes. Yeah,
the cones, the honey cones.
Yeah.
So it's open for the duration of when they're feeding. So it hatch an egg. The queen goes along, it lays an egg.
Yep.
Very short period, and it's open to the elements. They just kind of make sure it's taken care of or guarded.
Mm-hmm.
Hatches into larvae.
Yep.
Is fed, and then they cap. Then it spins a cocoon cocoon. They cap it with wax or whatever they would use, and it emerges as a bee.
Yes.
Unreal.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
So now,
and what's the timeline from the time the queen lays the egg to the time they emerge?
So from the day that the queen lays the egg to the day that a new honeybee worker emerges is 21 to 22 days.
Oh, okay.
So 3 weeks.
So the amount of feed or the royal jelly determines whether you have a queen bee or just a female bee. What determines whether it's a drone, like a male bee?
Mm-hmm. So the difference between a queen bee and a worker bee and a drone is whether that egg is fertilized or not. So a drone is an unfertilized egg. A queen and worker are fertilized.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that's the only difference between the queen and the worker is what that larvae
was fed at the beginning.
Fed right at the beginning.
And is there a control mechanism that they have to determine whether or not a certain amount of drones have been laid, or is that kind of up like how we figure it out? Oh, is it a boy? Is it a girl? What's going on?
Yeah, no, this is where it gets pretty interesting. Is depending on what time of year, what time of the season it is, the colony may be either promoting and wanting drones, or it may be trying to get rid of drones. So in the earlier in the year, which we call the build-up phase, that's where the colony is sole purpose at that point in time, early in the year, which is May and June, is to build up a mass of population as quickly as possible and as many resources as possible so that they can reproduce. So a honeybee colony, and this is where a beekeeper would think differently about a hive than say someone who doesn't spend a lot of time with bees or hasn't studied much about bees yet. Is the beekeeper will look at the hive as the organism. It's a super organism. We're really not concerned about the individual bee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the individual bee is part of the colony, and the colony is the organism. It is the animal. An individual bee can't live outside of the hive for more than, say, 48 hours. But the colony can certainly live without that bee. So when I'm talking about reproduction and hive reproduction and build up in the springtime, I'm talking about reproduction of the colony. And the way the colony reproduces is it splits itself, and that's what a swarm is. When a colony swarms, it just casts a baby, and the baby is another colony.
So it grows to a point of where that hive or that colony is too large, or it's big enough to be able to want to survive, and part of that mechanism is for half of the colony to swarm and move on to make its own. They're moving out.
It's reproducing.
Kids are moving out of the house.
Well,
See ya.
It's more like it just made another kid. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So and they're moving out on their own.
Yeah.
Okay.
So getting back to the drones is the colony is going to want to produce drones in that phase, because the beehive colony cannot make worker bees without fertilized eggs. Okay, so the drones are needed
part of that
to mate
the other half of the equation,
to mate with the queens to be able to then create a new colony. So they're going to want to make drones. Now, the queen that's in that originating colony, the mother, she's going to be laying eggs like crazy, like 2,000 eggs a day kind of thing. She will go cell to cell to cell, and she actually puts her head in the cell and measures using her front legs, measures the size of the cell. And if the cell is a small cell, she will lay a fertilized egg. If the cell is a large cell, like bigger diameter cell, she will lay an unfertilized egg.
She can pick which egg is fertilized or not?
Yeah, she can. Huh. Okay. So that's how the drones are produced. And so later in the season,
she control which eggs are fertilized and not fertilized, or can she just pick which eggs are placed where, depending on whether it's fertilized or not?
At this point, our understanding, she can only pick whether it's fertilized or not. She can't pick which. See, this is the other thing with a queen is.
I'll just get you to pull that mic in. Oh, sorry.
This is the other thing with a queen is she will mate with multiple drones. So that promotes genetic diversity in the eggs, in the fertilized eggs. So she can select whether it's going to be a fertilized egg
okay.
or not, but she can't select which father it's going to be. Okay. So that's one point to make, in that you may have a colony that has a mixture of bees in it.
These drones, I want to kind of continue your
Sure.
thought, but I can't help but ask,
Yeah.
because you mentioned, okay, so genetic diversity. Are these drones that are hatching or emerging, are they mating with the same queen that
No.
laid that egg, or are they from a different hive?
No, they'll be from a different hive.
Okay.
Some of them may be.
Little inbreeding going on
There
there?
may be a little bit, but because the queen mother has mated with multiple drones in the first place, that egg isn't necessarily directly related genetically to the virgin queen that she also produces.
Do other drones come to that hive? Or how does...
Mating,
Okay, we'll come back to that.
We'll come back to that.
That's a very interesting... I'm
the,
a little
the mating.
confused.
The mating is a whole other. We can get into it. It'll only take a few minutes to explain it, but wanted to continue to train of thought here.
Yeah.
So, in the spring build-up mode, she's gonna determine whether to lay a fertilized or unfertilized egg based on the size of the cell. And the reason why those two different sizes cells are there is because the bees have made those cells. The worker bees have made comb, and they have made larger cells in the comb at that time of the year.
They're a little pre-planning.
Yeah, they're pre-planning.
We need to...
They're saying,
okay.
They're saying we want drones, so we're going to make some big cells, so when mama comes along, she knows, and she's going to lay a large unfertilized egg to make drones. Later in the season...
Wow.
When you start getting towards the middle of August onwards, the colony will be cutting back on drones, because the drone only has one function, and that's to mate with the queen. Come fall and winter, that drone is just an extra mouth to feed to carry through the winter.
Yeah. Resource draw.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to start culling drones. They'll start
Culling. Getting rid of them?
Getting rid of them. So
How do they get rid of them?
typically they will chew their wings off and drag them out and throw them off
Really?
the doorstep.
Son of a... fucking hardcore.
Yeah, it's hardcore.
They'll chew
Yeah.
their wings off.
Yeah, but
Hey.
also later in the season to prevent the queen from producing more drones and laying more drone eggs, they'll do a number of things. They will, if she lays a drone egg, the bees will actually come behind her and consume those eggs.
Really?
They'll eat them. They will also preferentially fill the drone cells with late fall honey and nectar first, so that she can't lay in them because they're full of honey.
Yeah.
And in extreme cases, they might rework the comb, meaning they'll chew the wax, chew down the large cells, and rebuild it into smaller cells. So the bee actually controls that life cycle and controls when drones are present and when they're and in abundance and when they're not.
They're not beholden to the queen. The hive in general is kind of the ones who are kind of making a group decision as to what's going on.
The bees are in control, not the queen. I mean, she's called the queen, but really she's a slave to the hive.
Wow.
Like, her sole purpose is to reproduce, to lay eggs.
It's a hell of a
And-
freaking man. Her butt. Like, can you imagine?
So the bees
that's a workload.
Yeah, when they want her.
Holy smokes.
It's kind of a bit brutal here. So
It is actually. I mean, that's a hell of a. I mean, can you imagine a workload like that? Yeah. How many? So the whole hive ends up actually pretty much being developed from that one bee. That one bee is laying enough eggs to
Yep.
be able to not only grow the hive to a point of where it's self-sustaining, but to a point of where now its growth is outgrown the hive and enough to be able to carry on to.
Yeah.
Out of one bee. Like, how many
Yeah.
bees in one hive, roughly? Like, what's an average healthy hive
Well,
for a number? Do we
again-
know a number?
Again, depends on the time of the year, because you have to look at the life cycle of the beehive. So coming out of winter, it's going to be a fairly small colony. It might be 10 to 12,000 bees. So in beekeepers' terms, that might be between four or five, maybe even 6 frames of bees, 6 frames covered with bees. Okay. Middle of the summer, if you've done all that pre-planning and you've timed and grown your colony, kind of like timing and growing your garden, in the middle of the summer, at the height of the summer, when that colony is 5 and 6 boxes high, what started out as 10 to 12,000 bees might be 120,000 bees, 100,000 bees.
But still, it's
then
the
later,
workload at the beginning just pretty high, and then the maintenance of it all, like, carrying on into the fall. She's probably petering out to try and manage a head count and resources.
Well, then again, towards the
she
fall,
can do a head count.
Towards as you get middle of August, she will begin dramatically slowing down her the amount of eggs per day that she lays. You know, part of it is her, but it's also the bees. And I'll come back to that, where that she's a slave to her children. But she'll dramatically reduce the number of eggs being laid, so that by the end of September, you know, Thanksgiving in October, you're back down to a colony that might be 20,000 bees instead of 100. You know, fewer mouths to feed over winter.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So they ramp up over the summer, they ramp up in the spring, reproduce, which is the swarms. After they're done reproducing, they will then buckle down and begin hoarding resources to get ready for the coming winter. And then of course, then the cycle begins again. Survive the winter, come out in the spring, build up, reproduce, hoard in the summer, and then survive the winter.
So when they swarm, I haven't forgotten about this whole drone thing, but let's touch on the swarm. It's when they swarm, that's when the hive has grown to a point of where now a percentage or a part of that hive is now wanting to move on and create their own hive and be another independent colony. Can you call it a colony?
Yeah, you bet. I mean, they're making another hive.
So is that the original queen, or is that a new queen that takes, you know, a bunch of worker bees with her for making a new hive, a new colony?
Yeah. So the books say it's always the old queen that leaves, but the bees don't read the same books. So it's not always the old queen that leaves. But most of the time what happens is the old queen will leave with most of the young bees, and she will go and begin a new colony, because she already has fertilized eggs in her. So she can pretty well start a new colony almost immediately, as soon as they find a new place to live, and as soon as the young bees have built even a small amount of comb, she can begin laying eggs, and that colony can then continue.
Well, that makes sense too, because if you had you were mentioning the battle royale with only one queen, I think the old queen would probably want to get the hell out of Dodge before younger.
She's got a few miles on her. She's mature. She's not looking for a fight. She leaves with usually the youngest bees go with her, and they initiate a new colony. What stays behind in the hive are most of the field workforce, some young bees, and then there will be queen cells. Okay, so these are new queens that have not emerged yet, but they are within a day or two of emerging. So the old queen is going to leave the hive anywhere from, well, it's typically two days before the new queens will emerge, just because she doesn't want to get into that fight.
Yeah, and I don't blame her.
And almost always there's multiple queen cells left behind, and basically is the first one out, the first one to emerge, will run around that hive and try to kill all of her sister queens before they emerge. So she'll sting them in their cell.
Wow.
She'll kill them in their cell.
Freaking brutal.
Yeah. Then what happens is that whoever ends up being reigning supreme, whichever queen, a virgin queen, we call it, she's a virgin at that point because she's just emerged.
Yeah.
She's going to go through. There's going to be a battle royale, and there's going to only be one queen left. That's going to be taking over the old hive. This is still happening in the old hive. The new colony is gone. That's gone with the old queen. She's setting up a new house somewhere.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, the kids won't move out, so you leave first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now this queen that is left, she basically takes 3 to 6 days roaming that hive to make sure she's eliminated all rivals, and then she'll begin mating flights. Okay, so the mating does not occur inside the hive.
No.
It occurs on the wing.
Wow.
Okay, so she is going to leave the hive, and she's going to look for different natural features in the landscape. So it might be a pond, it might be a tree line, it might be an old barn, all kinds of whatever represents a decent landmark. That's where the drones are going to be. Okay, so the drones from all the hives, all the colonies are in around that area, that immediate area, are going to congregate in what's called a drone congregation area.
Oh, man.
So there'll be hundreds, maybe even thousands of drones flying around in a swarm over this land feature.
Wow.
Okay.
So is this at like eye level, or is this like in a tree up fairly high?
It's going to be 30 to 60 feet.
Oh, it's a ways up there.
It's a ways up there. You can't see them.
We don't notice that.
You can't see these. No.
Are they susceptible? Not to interrupt, but like, are they susceptible to other? Are they susceptible to birds, like, or prey, or?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Jeez. Okay. So they've got a swarm of drones.
Yeah. So there's a swarm of drones in this area, this land feature. The queen can hear them, just because the sound of a drone is flying
distinctive,
is distinctively different from a bee. So she's drawn to that. She's going to enter that swarm of drones, and they're going to, of course, smell her because she smells like a queen, and she smells like a virgin queen looking to mate. And so there's going to be a lot of rapid mating that occurs in that swarm of drones. So this goes back to where I was saying a little earlier. She's going to have mated with, anywhere from 5 to 50 drones.
Wow.
Then she'll come back to the hive. She'll come back to the hive if she makes it back. This is a different thing that we can get into.
Yeah, I can imagine. I don't imagine that's a very friendly encounter.
Well, there's that. She may be injured, or she may be picked off by a predator on the way home. Whether that's a dragonfly, a hornet, a bird, these kinds of things. So she goes through a lot of trials, tribulations, and challenges to go out and mate, and then get back to the hive that she came from. Sometimes she goes to a different hive and gets killed. But if she makes it back to the same hive she left, she will now, within 36 to 48 hours, process the sperm, and then begin laying eggs, laying fertilized eggs. And that's how the old colony now has new life and will carry on. And that's basically it.
So with these swarms of drones, though, obviously there's got to be drones from every other hive, whether it's natural or maybe a beekeeper has multiple different hives. This is something that's going to be within a fairly close proximity of her original hive.
Well, she may fly up to 4 or 5 kilometers to find a location where there's
And there's got to be, if there's other drones from other hives, that would mean that in a very short period of time, there are other queens going to the same hive.
Oh yeah, she's not the only one going into.
No,
this,
so is that a conflict that, like, is, you know how you mentioned the queen or the battle royale. Now, does that kind of carry on, and there's a little bit of a struggle within that same swarm if there's two queens?
No.
So this is reproduction. Okay. I think we covered that. Right on. Wow, that's unreal. 30, 40 feet in the air. And that's why you mentioned earlier that for the most part, it should be a mixture of other hives, but there might be the off chance of.
Yeah. I mean, there may be some drones from her hive that end up in the same drone swarm at that congregation area. So
can you imagine what that looks? Because bees are fast.
So the chances
like
are
they dart in around everywhere. That must look like a pretty wild. Have you ever seen something like that actually happen?
There's videos. You can Google it.
But have you seen it? Like with
no. It's pretty well impossible to capture with the naked eye.
Wow.
So the videos that you will see if you Google this is what they've actually done is taken a queen.
Well, why don't we do that?
And tied her to a string on the end of a little balloon, and then flew the balloon, and it has a camera on it like a GoPro.
Really?
And flew that up into the area of where the drones were, and they were able to capture some matings.
What would I call that? Bee mating? No, drone.
I can't remember. It might take us a little while to find that. But anyway, that's what swarming is. It's reproduction of the colony.
Wow. Here's one here. I'll let everybody. I don't know what this one looks like here.
Yeah, it's a different kind of bee. Totally different.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to something a little bit different here. This is only 1 minute and 32 seconds. Queen bee flies to male. Oh, this might be a good one. Oh, commercials.
Yeah, there you go. This will probably cover it for you.
I'll turn this down just a little bit so we can hear what the hell's going on. So what are we looking at right there?
Well, that's That's a virgin queen that just emerged. She's in the center of the screen there.
And that was her that just took off?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here you go. That's pretty graphic. What is this? That right there.
That would be the queen tied to the end of the string, and you're gonna just watch the drones just.
Look at this, unfreaking real, unreal.
Yeah.
How did they capture this?
Now the plight of the drone is, he mates and he's dead.
He's dead.
Oh yeah.
He dies after this.
He dies within an hour.
He just dropped.
He's done.
What?
That's his sole purpose in life.
Oh man, that is like a love-hate relationship. Eh?
So your sole purpose in life is to mate with the queen. And if you get a chance to mate with the queen, you die. If you don't get a chance and you don't get lucky, you survive the summer, and then the bees cut your wings off and throw you out and you die. Wow. In the fall.
Unreal. That is just something I don't want to be a bee. You know, the other thing is, you know, we were talking earlier about those mites and everything else. And one of the things I was thinking, for those who are wondering what those noises are, I brought the dogs in. Yeah. They're guests of the show.
Yeah, there's between growling and burping and farting.
Yeah.
It's noisy.
And licking. But you remember that show, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a whole nother world. Like how vicious they look in their lifestyles and aggressive. I mean, that is something that is pretty intense. You want some more of that, right?
Yeah, I will dig into it.
I'll slide that over just a little bit there for you.
Ow.
So the life cycle of a bee. So we covered, I guess, the queen. Now the queen has laid eggs. They've hatched. They've emerged. We know what the drone cycle is pretty much there for, like, their lifespan is rather short. We're talking a couple of months, and that's about
Yeah,
it.
anywhere from say 40 days to 60 days tops.
Max, and then if they even survive that, they're pretty much ousted.
Yep. Yep.
By wing clipping, clipping their wings. I just clued in, clipping the wings. That's where that term comes from. So now you've got pretty much a hive all made up of females, and the female bees emerge. And what is the cycle now? There must be handing off the baton or changing of the guard, so to speak, for their life cycle from the time they emerge to the time they end up, their life cycle is ended. What does that look like roughly? Do they just go right to work? And
Well, no, not quite. So we're gonna take midsummer.
Okay.
For this. Okay?
Perfect.
So we're gonna talk. We're gonna be talking June and July, period. So the build up to the really strong impulse to reproduce, for the colony to reproduce, which is that swarming impulse, that occurs from in May through to June for us where we are, and I say that two things. The bees are solar powered, so if the sun is up, they work from sun up to sundown. So if you have a short day, they work a short day. If we have 20 some hours of daylight, they're working that.
It's to pause you right there. It's worth noting in this area, because I don't think people that, like, in this region, I think that goes without saying, but there are some listeners that are from like southern other areas. So our daylight is pretty much, during the summer I've been up where it hardly even gets dark. So we're, let's say for the sake of argument, to put a little bit of an idea of our timeline, maybe 4 hours of darkness in the middle of summer, at best, even, so they're pretty much giving her 20 hours a day.
Yeah, and
for a period of that.
And I would argue that middle of the summer solstice around June 21st, it's not even 4 hours of darkness.
No, it isn't.
It's twilight.
Yeah, it is.
The sun just barely dips below the horizon and then starts coming back up again. It starts dipping below around 11:30 and then comes back up again about 2:30.
Yeah.
2:30 to 3:30.
Yeah, it does.
So we have those long hours, and because of that, we are blessed with, in terms of honeybee productivity. This is why we get some of these immense honey crops that others, and maybe some of your listeners here, that just cannot fathom, that we get this amount of honey in a northern climate like we have. And the reason is it's just long daylight hours. So there's a huge difference when you can work 20 hours every day versus 6 hours every day. I mean, you're getting 3 times as much work done per day.
I would never want to be a honeybee. Like, that sounds exhausting. Yeah. Like, so no wonder the lifespan, they don't get a break.
No. So in the summertime, they literally work themselves to death.
Yeah.
So in the summertime, their lifespan is 10 days to 2 weeks on the wing, because they're working so hard. And in the winter, they're not, and we covered this earlier in the discussion, that in the winter they're not flying, so
they're shivering to maintain heat.
Yeah, and so they're putting very, very low activity and energy, so their lifespan is a lot longer. So I'm going to take, in terms of your question about the lifespan of a honeybee, I'm going to take that as a midsummer. So the colony is building up to reproduce. Our switch is the equinox and the solstices. So it's going to be like June 21st. So they're going to build up really hard until the summer solstice, June 21st. And then it's almost like within a week that impulse, that swarming impulse, that reproduction impulse switches off, and they go into hoarding. So making honey and storing it, because they know they're already on the backslide to winter.
That aligns with blooming, almost like it's perfect.
Yeah.
With the flower bloom, because our garden is typically the solstice. That's how we kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see the correlation here.
Yeah, so it's all timing.
Yeah.
If you want to maximize your productivity and maximize the capacity of the bees, it's all timing. Okay, so let's back up. You've got the queen lays the egg. The egg hatches into a larvae. The larvae develops, tosses a cocoon, and then this would be a good place to come back to the mite if people want to talk in detail about that. But I'm going to skip over it for now.
Okay.
That bee will pupate. So basically, you're caterpillar and butterfly. So it changes from a larvae into a bee. And she's going to come out in 21 days from when that egg was laid. For the first week after she emerges as a very young bee, her first job is to clean the cell that she just came out of. And then her second job is to become a nurse bee. So she's going to feed the larvae. She's going to feed her sisters. So only the youngest bees that can produce the royal jelly to feed the larvae. From there, she's going to graduate into a house bee.
So just pause with the house bee.
Mm-hmm.
These bees that are able to feed the larvae this royal jelly, that is only they can only do that for a period of time in their life.
Yeah.
And it's only to select bees.
Yes. So as the bee ages, the glands that she has in her head for producing this royal jelly deteriorate.
Oh.
So when she's an old bee, she can still make royal jelly, but she can't make it in the quantity and quality that she can when she's a young bee.
So their physical attributes actually favor different periods of their lifespan.
Yes. Yeah. So they don't just come out of the cell and go to work. They go to work, but the work in the hive is divided.
Their physical attributes favor specific tools for whatever they have to do at that period of time in their life.
Yeah. So that they have different jobs in the hive based on their age. So a really healthy, robust hive has a number of things. It has genetic diversity, which comes from the queen mating with many drones. Okay, so one drone may have genetics that are susceptible to certain types of diseases. But the next drone may be very robust and resistant against those same types of diseases. A next drone may have some other characteristics. So genetic diversity promotes a very robust colony. Because if a new disease comes along, only a small portion of those of the bees in that hive are going to be susceptible to that.
Yeah.
To that disease, because her sisters or half sisters from the sperm from the other drone are resistant to that type of disease. Okay, so it comes from genetic diversity, and then it also comes from age. So the age demographics. You never would think you'd talk about demographics in a beehive, but the age demographics in the beehive makes a huge difference on the health, vitality, and productivity of that hive. Okay, so young bees, she's going to come out. She's going to have really active glands for feeding larvae. So she's
royal jelly.
Yeah, so she's a nurse bee. She's going to be until she's 7 to 10 days old. That's what she's going to do. Then she's going to mature a little bit and graduate to a house bee. Okay, so your house bee are the ones who are your wax makers. So she's going to make comb. She's going to make wax. She's going to move honey around the hive.
Wax makers.
We'll get to that. Okay.
Is that what they produce? Do they have another gland for making wax?
They do. They do. Okay. And so she's going to become a wax maker. That's your 10-day old bees that are building the honeycomb. Then from there, she's going to turn into basically a house cleanup undertaker and guard bee. So she's hauling out the dead, she's hauling out the trash, she's guarding the front entrance from intruders, including the beekeeper. So those are the ones that are 2 to 3 weeks old, and from there she's going to hit the fields as a forager. So the bees you see in the fields are your oldest bees.
Oh,
okay, and then the lifespan of that oldest bee comes down to how far does she have to fly and how often she flies. It's like the warranty on your truck and how many miles you put on, right?
Yeah, and how close to resources the hive would be and whatnot.
So that's basically the life cycle of the honeybee.
So when you're dealing with there's a whole array of questions that just came out of what you just explained there. But I'd like to kind of backtrack a little bit here with the laying of the eggs and swarming and that's to maintain a healthy hive. That queen bee must have those eggs over a fairly long duration to be able to continue and eventually peter off with maintaining, having to, as bees are working and dying off, new bees have to emerge. Mm-hmm. So that bee is pretty much mating once annually, and those eggs are lasting up until winter or fall or whatever.
No, she mates once in her lifetime.
Once in a lifetime.
Once in her lifetime, which is either at the swarm stage or like there's other conditions that can cause a hive to produce a young queen, but we'll just stick to swarming. She mates once in her lifetime, and she will never leave that hive again until she's swarming, until she matures and
she still has eggs from the original.
That's right. So she's going to have enough sperm stored to produce anywhere from 1.5 to 2 million bees. So 1.5 to 2 million fertilized eggs. So the worker bee that we just talked about, her lifespan midsummer from egg to when she dies is going to be like 40 weeks. And that includes her in-hive time, her wax comb building time, and her flight time. So, 40 days. I think I said 40 weeks, but I meant 40 days. The queen bee, she may live, we used to have queen bees living 4, 5, 6 years. She's very long.
Wow.
She's very long lived.
Yeah, no kidding.
Now,
that's a hell of a cycle compared to 6 weeks of a worker bee.
Exactly. Oh. Exactly. So that longevity and that continuity and sustainability of the colony all comes from the queen.
So 5 or 6 years, and she mates once in her life.
Yes.
And those eggs last 5 or 6 years through the winter.
Yep.
Into the next year when she has to start really ramping up reproduction. She doesn't go back to another swarm.
No. So if she is kept in good condition by the bees, because she has an entourage. There's a number of bees that surround her and look after her. So they feed her, they groom her. We can get into the how she's a slave to the colony part, but she can be incredibly long-lived.
But she's have started, in theory, if she lives 6 years, that's 6 different colonies.
6 is pretty rare.
Okay, 4?
5 would be on the outside.
Okay.
Now that's what it used to be. Now, if you start introducing
all these other variables,
feral mite, viruses, all these other things, she's just as susceptible to those pathogens as the bees are. So rather than her living 3 to 5 years, she might live considerably less. She might live 1 year. She might live 6 months if she gets sick. But typically nowadays, what we're getting about 3 years out of them before they start to her performance tapers off, or she just outright dies
from workload.
Yeah. Okay. So a queen nowadays is 2 to 5 years is good.
Yeah.
Her very best performance and the very best vitality and productivity of that hive is going to be in her second year. Her third year is still going to be really good, but you have to in her third year she becomes more susceptible to all the exposures she's had before to the mites, the viruses, and these things compound, right? So yeah, she lives years, whereas the bees live weeks.
With each season that a queen bee survives, is there any advantage through experience that queen bee is able to have a little bit more of a sustainable, robust hive, or is most of what's happening through a genetic process that goes through, and she's just kind of going through a routine from 1 year to the next?
It's kind of like, how do I describe this? If you're a beekeeper long enough, you will see this. And this is going to be controversial with some folks.
I like controversy.
Okay.
I eat it up. I love it.
Okay.
I love controversy.
It's not really controversial. Well, not controversial. Let's call it difference of opinion. A queen in her very first year, she will do well. But I observe that, she's still figuring out her equipment, and she's still figuring out the cycle of the environment that she's in and which part of the world she's in. So she's going to do well. But that second year queen, the one who has survived the winter, her hive is going to be the most robust, the most productive, the healthiest, the most organized in terms of the resources inside the hive. That second year is your highest quality queen. She's also going to be the one who, because she's so productive and so well organized and so robust, she may also be the one who's most likely to leave you if you're not looking after her needs. And what I mean by that,
a little more demanding.
She's going to swarm.
Gotcha.
Okay. So,
So her standards have gone up. I think obviously there's an experience there that only so much into genetics with all of the other bees that are now evolving.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your third year queen is going to be every bit as good as your second year queen, so long as you have kept the hive healthy, and you've kept the mites off their backs and under control, because the mites can get on the queen as well. And so long as she's not affected, she's going to do just as well in her third year. By the fourth year, though, she's tapering down. She's starting to get older. She's getting slower. She's not laying 2,000 to 3,000 eggs a day anymore. She's now laying like 1,500. So she's still going to have a really nice tight colony, but it's not going to be as big as the younger queen next door. Or the younger queen next door, her hive is going to be a lot bigger, higher population. So yeah, that.
So with the hive now as an organism, can they now detect that the queen is aging? Let's say it got into the later part of the fourth or fifth year, and they have that option now to be able to throw a little extra royal jelly into some of the other females. Can they kind of now oust?
Yeah, so the bees will produce a new queen for their colony under different conditions. So one condition is the reproductive impulse, so the swarm, and that's early in the season. The next condition would be an aging queen or a failing queen. or an injured queen. So they'll keep her going, but they will kind of quarantine her, corral her to an area of the hive, pardon me, while they raise a new queen using more royal jelly in a different area of the hive.
And then let that queen do the dirty work.
And then that new queen will emerge.
Battle royal.
And then at that point, one of two things can happen. The bees may allow that new queen to take out the old queen. Actually, it's one of three things may happen. The old queen may sense it and she may leave, in which case you have a mini swarm. You don't have a big reproductive swarm. You'll have a mini swarm, about the size of my fist.
Okay.
So she may sense that and she may leave if she can. She may be too old and too frail to leave.
And time of year, I would imagine, plays a role in that.
Yeah. So that's one scenario. The second scenario is the bees may allow that new virgin queen to seek out and off the old queen.
Yeah.
Or the bees may corral them both and keep the new virgin queen away from the old queen. That new virgin queen will continue on her natural process of developing and then going out and mating and coming back. And this is a situation that it's what's called a supersedure. And we see this in the springtime, more often than not in the spring, sometimes late in the fall. But it's a natural replacement. So the bees are raising a new queen. They're keeping that old queen going as their contingency until that new one has made it back and has started laying eggs. Then they will stop feeding the old queen and she'll basically die of starvation, or they'll even clip her wings and drag her out.
Oh man, the old drone treatment.
Yeah, that's
Holy.
that's right. So that's a natural process. And when you're going through your beehives in the spring and the summer, the way these queen cells appear on the frames in different locations on the frames, to the experienced beekeeper can tell whether it's a natural supersedure that's going on, a natural replacement of the old queen, or if it's a swarm condition. Okay. So those are the two scenarios. And then the third scenario is the existing queen just up and dies. And this happens. As much as we wonder why and say, well, she just died and all of a sudden I'm queenless. I don't know why. There was no swarm. Nothing happened. None of this. Well, she just got sick. She got affected by some of these, viruses, diseases, maybe a pesticide poisoning, whatever. Just like all the other bees in the hive might have been affected.
Vero-destructive mite.
Yeah. And at that point, the bees go into an immediate panic mode.
Yeah.
They're
freaking out. I would imagine.
Freaking out. We got no queen. We're doomed.
Yeah.
Right. So
throw royal jelly to everything.
That's exactly what happened.
Oh.
That's exactly what happens. So, in a swarming situation, you might have, anywhere from 3 to 8, maybe more, queen cells being developed as part of that reproductive cycle. In a natural queen replacement supersedure, where they're holding on to that old queen.
Yeah.
You might have 2 to 3 new queen cells, so only 2 to 3 of them being developed. In a case where the old queen just suddenly disappeared, she just died, for lack of saying it any other way. There might be 20 cells. There
Is that where the term battle royale comes from?
Yeah. There might be 20 or 30. And when you open a hive,
unreal.
Yeah, it can get pretty exciting when you open a hive.
I bet you that's intense. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Huh. So, okay, let me kind of go back a little bit on some of these. So wings. Now, in this stage of, we're talking about physical features that these bees have.
Mm-hmm.
So the royal jelly when it comes to feeding,
Mm-hmm.
and then they progress to, a little bit of housekeeping, and then they go to guard duty before they go out for foraging. Do their wings change in size and features kind of favor each individual role at that time in their life?
No. The bee that emerges from the cell is she's a fully developed bee.
Okay.
So at that point, as she ages, what's going to happen is she may grow in size slightly, not a lot, but slightly, and her exoskeleton is going to harden and become more tougher. So basically, her shell, I guess you call it a shell.
Exoskeleton.
Yeah, gets tougher, right?
What
her
about-
wings will not change dramatically, but what will happen is once she becomes a forager and she's beaten down, hundreds of kilometers back and forth, her wings will they get wore out. They start to get tattered, right?
I believe that.
Yeah.
What about the bees that kind of get into winter, and their lifespan are a little bit different, and their primary goal is managing the hive temperature? Are there physical features that might favor, that over maybe the foraging, or maybe even the royal jelly? Is there certain features that are physical features that favor that?
Well, biologically, the winter bee it's similar to the summer bee, but quite a bit different. And the main difference is they gorge themselves in the fall on high protein and high energy food. So they build up fat reserves. So they're like the bear. Eh? They eat a lot, they get fat, so that they can live off of their reserves through the winter. So they're going to use those reserves to live through the winter and supplement that with honey for energy, just for keeping warm. And that's the main difference between the two.
Interesting that the physical features are primarily at the reproductive stages.
Yeah, totally.
This dog, I'm almost tempted to pause just to kick these guys out.
Well, sure.
Here.
Let's pause for a minute. So you
Okay,
throw them outside.
we got to pause. I need another ice cube, guys, so bear with me. I suggest anyone watching this right now or even listening, join us with a whiskey or a rum. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
And then audio back up. Okay. Okay, we're good. So before we had paused again,
I'm
shove
good.
that over.
Yeah, no, I'm good for now. I'll leave that at your end because you're gonna go through it faster than I am.
I might
on what's left here. So
it's good stuff, eh?
Yeah, it's very good.
Free advertisement, Bamboo. This is Bamboo, if everyone's wondering. It's a rum. It's not a whiskey. I like to throw it out. What the hell? If they're curious about it, they might as well join in and have the Bamboo with us.
Sure.
So we
At
talked.
some point, I'm gonna stack up a couple of mead bottles here for you of honey wine.
Yes,
we'll stack that up against your rum and we'll see how
I'm
that
looking
goes.
forward to that.
Yeah.
Actually, my wife makes a lot of homemade wines and whatnot too, and so might have to do trades there. And
Yeah.
but
yeah, you bet.
wine made out of honey. I'm looking forward to that. That sounds like it's actually pretty good.
It's been a little bit of a sideline adventure. There's nothing commercially available on it at this point. But
Well, what about the
It's-
listener?
yeah.
Do we have? We should do. Here's an idea. Why don't we do a giveaway? Promotional.
it would have to be local, and it would have to be a local pickup. Right?
We'll talk later about that.
'Kay.
As an option, maybe. And if not, I'm going to cut this out. So no, you guys won't even know about it. But we were talking about, the crazy adaptation when it comes to bees and the circle of life. So from, being able to have glands to produce royal jelly at the earlier stages of life to the transition into hunter-gatherers, so to speak, or they're
Foragers.
the foragers. Yeah,
Foragers,
exactly.
yeah.
Good term. And then of course the life cycle of a bee. So a few of the questions I wanted to kind of go off of that would be, oh boy, little pause here. I had a question about there that I was really curious about.
I know you said your intrigue and interest was.
Well, we're getting into areas
really
of like
peaked.
the bee part that I'm really curious about. So honeybees, I'm going to have to probably cut part of this out here.
Well, like I said, it can get real complicated real fast, but
There was something about earlier we were talking about. Oh, okay, glands. So we're going to backtrack a little bit, I guess, into the really early stages of a beehive and glands when it comes to royal jelly. And we had touched on wax and the ability for the bees to be able to actually make some of these hives. And is there a gland?
There is. So the royal jelly comes from glands in the head of the bee.
Yeah.
And those are the most active in the youngest bee. Then the glands that produce beeswax is actually in their abdomen. So it's almost in the same place that these mites are latching onto and feeding off of. It's on the underside of their abdomen, and so what the bees will do.
Pull that in a little bit.
Yeah. So what the bees, the wax making age bees, are typically, they're times at the point where there's an abundance of resources coming in, a lot of nectar coming in. So these wax making bees will gorge themselves on the nectar, and then that will activate their wax making glands, which are, it's on their belly. Okay. Bees are different than us, but it's basically on their belly, and they'll extrude flakes of wax. So it's like a little disc of wax, and they'll take these discs off of their abdomen, and they'll take another disc and they'll pack those discs together, and then they'll start packing and building honeycomb with that. So it's almost like mortar.
It's like construction.
It is construction. It is construction.
But they're taking the materials. They're producing the materials.
Producing the materials from their body. Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that cool, just wild? It is. Talk about self-sustaining. Like if a human went to this middle of nowhere, it's not like we're able to extrude fireballs for heat and make our own shelter and everything else. Like, so
now here's the intriguing point. Here's something that's really intriguing. The strongest geometric shape is the 6-sided
hexagon
honeycomb. So, which was invented by who?
Bees.
So you have anybody who has held beeswax in their hand, it's very malleable.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to bend and shape, depending on temperature, of course. The colder it gets, the harder it gets. But just imagine how strong that comb has to be geometrically to support, 100 pounds of honey in a box on the beehive.
Yeah.
So it's really quite a feat of engineering and construction.
Yeah.
From what they produce.
Well,
from
not
their
only
bodies.
that, but how do they kind of off track here? Because I want to follow that a little bit now too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an engineering feat, but then also they are able to not only construct this to where it's able to withstand the weight of honey and them moving around, but they do it not only cleanly, because I can't touch honey without it getting all over the house, but then also be able to have it multi-usage. So they must have, what is what is the way they organize and construct it? So they have a hive, and then they must have honey. They're reproducing year round. So they must have larvae, and then also other parts. How do they make it so that they're able to kind of coordinate and designate certain areas for different purposes?
Yeah.
Does everything go larva and then they transition to honey, or
They use the same geometric structure for all comb in the hive. So it's basically a six-sided cell. The brood, call it brood, which is where the nest is, the nest for the hive, where all the larvae are raised and where the bees emerge. So basically where they're reproducing bees. Those cells are the same as the cells that are in the honeycomb. It's just a matter of where it's located in the hive.
where is that located?
So the brood is normally located in the bottom of the hive. So, well, it depends on where you have your entrance. So let me restate that, because some folks use different types of hives. So you may have a horizontal hive or a lay-ins hive or the Langstroth hive.
Most hives that I've seen is where the entrance is on the bottom, and then
Yep.
they'll have different stacks.
Yeah, so that'll be the Langstroth hive.
Okay.
But let me restate it for those who are listening that have different types of hive construction, that the brood will be closest to the entrance of the hive. Regardless of the type of hive you have, the brood is generally closest to the entrance, and the honey combs, the honey storage, is generally the farthest from the entrance. So if you come in, if you think of the type of hives we normally have in around here, which is the Langstroth hive, the brood will be in the bottom. And then as you go up in the stack, you're going to go from brood to honey. And everything above will be honey.
So if they have an intruder, sacrifice the young and keep the food?
Well, it's kind of like, it's not really like that. It's that if they have an intruder, because the mass of activity of the beehives is around its nest, where the young are and where the bees are doing the most of the work. That's where the mass of the population is. So an intruder is going to encounter that mass of bees and resistance right off the bat, because the brood is closest to the entrance.
Gotcha.
And to get to the stores, to be able to rob the hive of its resources, they have to get through all of that resistance. So
Unreal.
So they're very
unless
like
you're a wasp and you are what it's going for.
Yeah.
Or not a wasp. What do they call that? That eat. Well, I guess it'd be a wasp and what's the other one that's a carnivore?
Hornets.
Hornets. Yeah. We'll get into that a little bit later. We'll stick to.
Okay.
So when it comes to I want to ask two questions at the same time, and maybe we can address them one after the other. One with the construction of the comb, and if you're in a traditional beehive, that would mean that the honey is at the top, and that's where all the weight is.
Mm-hmm.
How do they stop that from seeping down and interfering with your larva or larvae?
That's a great question, because this gets into how honey is made.
Oh,
okay.
How is honey made?
Yeah, so it's kind of like you got to pull up the how it's made video here.
Let's do it.
Introduction video.
Okay.
You can do that offline when you cut it in, but basically,
I'm doing it now.
How it's made. But so in essence, the bees will go out to all the flowers and they will collect nectar.
Okay.
Okay, and what nectar is a secretion of minerals, botanicals, which would be the smell, nice flowery smell. That's what attracts.
That's a botanical?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which attracts the bees. So you got nectars, which is sugars, like almost straight sugars. Then you have pollens, which the bees naturally get upon themselves from rubbing against the flowers. And then some of those botanicals come in. or volatiles, we call them, which is what gives the honey the smell. So they're going to bring those into the colony, and nectar is quite high in water, in moisture.
Really?
Okay, so it may be like 50% water or even more. So the bees will bring that into the hive. They'll pass it off to, and this is where the geographic or demographics come in that we talked about earlier. They'll pass it off to the house bees. Those house bees will basically bring that nectar up into the honeycombs. Now, what those house bees are also going to do, and this is where we get into glands and enzymes development, they're going to inject enzymes into that nectar. Call it bee puke if you want.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they're going to put enzymes into that nectar.
Pause just for one sec. Are these the same glands that they would use for being able to feed with the royal jelly, but just kind of...
They're not the same, but it's similar.
It doesn't come from their...
No, this is in their is in their gut. And
so it goes
head.
through their system and secretes through a gland.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're going to put enzymes in with this nectar. And again, the nectar is almost 100% sugar with quite a lot of water. So they're going to inject enzymes into the sugar, into the nectar, and basically stir it and fan it to reduce the water content. So they're thickening it. Okay, so they're evaporating a lot of water from this nectar that they brought in.
Is that why the hive temperature is so critical?
Yes. Yeah, it's part of it. So it may come in as 50% or higher in water. Now the thing is with these enzymes that they put in with the nectar, is it converts different types of sugars, and it also causes the nectar to become acidic, and so that's what transforms it into honey. So
Really?
it comes in as sugar and gets transformed into what we call honey, which is basically...
Is that like a fermentation?
No. See, we'll get to that in a moment.
Oh.
But if they didn't inject these enzymes, what the enzymes do is produce and convert simple sugars into complex sugars. So they get a lot higher energy density to call it per droplet of honey versus per droplet of nectar. And that's basically making honey. So then they will reduce the moisture content of the nectar down to 17% water or less. And at that point, the honey is ripe and preserved. So it cannot, at that point, ferment. And it will keep indefinitely. It'll keep forever.
Really?
And
that's a big statement.
It is. Well,
It'll keep...
forever is a big statement, but they found honey that was properly preserved in Egypt that's over 3,000 years old.
What?
Yes. Okay. I wouldn't eat it, but it's still there.
I would. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Let's give this a shot. That's not unreal.
But anyway,
Unreal.
once they get it to that stage that it is no longer at risk of fermenting, they'll cap it. They'll cap it with wax. So it's like putting the lid on the barrel. Okay. And that's when you see a honeycomb that's got all the cappings on it.
Yeah.
That's what the cappings represent. It's honey that has been stirred, enzymes added, converted, moisture reduced, and it is now preserved.
So I'm just thinking, though, that for one honeycomb, for them to be able to fill that up to a point where it's ready to cap, and it's that diameter of that cone is big enough for them to be able to, reproduce and everything else, and stick their head in. How do they keep that full without it overflowing to a point before they're able to put a wax cap on there and make a mess absolutely everywhere.
The cells, when they build the honeycomb, they're actually inclined slightly.
Oh.
Okay, so between the very slight incline of the cells, it's like a barrel that's not quite laying flat.
And they're able to fill it from the bottom slightly. Up. Oh.
Yeah. So between that and the thickness and viscosity of the honey prevents it from running out.
Wow. These guys are engineering marvels.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the weight of all of that honey later on in the year now coming down and not crushing all of where the larva is.
Well, that's where you come into the strength of the honeycomb. And
because you said about 90 pounds roughly is one of the
full box. Yeah.
And
if it doesn't feel like a box of rocks, it's not full.
That's unbelievable. Unreal. Wow. Okay. So there was all these questions that water and temperature. So you had mentioned the humidity and water, like when it comes to making the honey. When we know about them vibrating and maintaining warm heat and temperature in the wintertime. In the middle of the summer, we have the opposite. We want air conditioning. So I would imagine if temperature is so crucial, how do they make one big giant fan that blows all this air out, or how do they manage it from overheating? Like how does that work?
Well,
especially with the temperature, like it must be pretty humid inside there.
Yeah. So one of the most advanced HVAC systems in the world is the Beehive. When I say HVAC, I mean like air conditioning, heating, ventilating, air conditioning. In the summertime, what they will do, we got to back up and talk about temperatures. So the temperature of the brood nest, which is where the larvae are being raised, is kept at a fairly remarkably tight temperature of 35 degrees Celsius. So it might go 34.9, 35, 35.1, in that range. It's less than a half a degree variance. And how do we know this? It's because we have current technologies that some of us actually put in the Beehive that have temperature sensors, constant online monitoring, and data trending. So it's 35 degrees in the heart of the Beehive. When you talk about high temperatures, going above 35 degrees, that's pretty rare where we are. Okay, in height
of summer, we hit some. Our summers can get hot right in that August to late July.
Yeah, to go above 35 is extremely rare. We have had some heat bubbles once in a while, but they're pretty rare. Generally, we're in the 26, 28, that's true. 24.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of our average. But in areas that the Beehive may be exposed to extreme sun, or if you're in a climate where the temperatures can exceed that 35 degrees, that's where the bees will kick in their air conditioning system. Okay, and basically what they'll do is they haul water. They'll bring water into the Beehive. They will excrete the water onto the combs and into cells, and then they will fan and evaporate that water. And just like you and I and our bodies, when we sweat, and that water evaporates, it takes heat away.
Dissipates heat.
It's a cooling effect.
Huh.
That's exactly how they do it. They'll haul water. They will excrete that water throughout the hive and fan.
Wow. So how do they fan?
And they will control. It might be small. It might be 38 or 40 degrees or 42 degrees where you are, but inside the heart of that Beehive, inside the heart of that nest, it's 34.9 to 35.2.
It's a lot of water.
Yeah.
How do they So first, before I ask that question, when they're fanning and they have such a small inlet, like an entry and exit, it must go all to one little area. Like it's very coordinated when it comes to fanning and getting rid of that airflow, that moisture and that airflow.
Yeah.
Wow. How do they transport the water?
Same way they transport nectar. They will.
How's that?
They'll bring it into their stomach, and then when they get back to the hive, they will.
Oh, they secrete it,
They regurgitate it. Right?
Is that how they pollinate? Like pollinating is on the legs, right? Or how do they transfer? Like, because let me elaborate just a little bit on that question, so you have an idea where my headspace is. It's very crucial that we have pollination, obviously, so that's going to be the transfer from one plant to the other to be able to for the plants to be able to do their thing. But then at the same time, we need to be able to collect a lot of this, material to be able to bring back to the hive. So what is that balance between pollination from one flower to the other and then also bringing enough material back to the hive without and kind of solving the two of them together?
Okay, so you got to look into the beehive and what their nutritional needs are. So their nutritional needs are energy and protein. So the energy is the nectar, which is sugar.
Mm-hmm.
You can call it whatever else you want, but it's sugar. So it's nectar. And then the protein that the bees consume is pollens. That's where they get their protein.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now, as far as pollination goes,
yes,
that just naturally occurs from the bees moving around flower to flower. A bee is, and you don't realize this until you look closely at a bee. An actual honeybee is hairy. It has a lot of hair on it. It's a furry little creature. So as it goes from flower to flower, the dust of pollens collect on the hair. And as it goes from flower to flower, those hairs rub on the next flower and the next flower and the next flower. And so that's how the pollen gets transported from one flower to the next and pollinates those plants. Excess pollen, as the bee goes from flower to flower, she will groom herself. She actually has combs on some of her legs, like combing your hair.
Yeah.
She has combs on her legs, which she will comb the hairs on her body, and that combs the pollens out of the hairs. And then she will roll those into a ball, mix a little bit of nectar with it to make it sticky, and then attach that to long hairs on her back legs. So when you
really?
So when you see a bee that has pollens on her legs, it's basically it's almost like making a snowball, but not quite. And she sticks that on her hairs on her back legs.
Really?
Brings that back to the hive, and that's the protein that is used to feed the larvae.
I'm just gonna add this to the viewer. Boom. There we go. We don't have what we're looking for here. The combs. I want to see what these combs look like on their legs. So so the nectar is what they produce into a sugar, and the pollen is what they use to be able to produce the nectar?
Yeah.
Okay.
They use the pollen to produce. So for the beekeepers listening, pollen is protein. Pollen means bees. So if you notice the bees are bringing in pollen on their legs,
yeah,
they're making bees. And if they're working really hard, but there isn't much pollen on their legs, they're making honey.
Oh, well, there you go. So these little hairs, that's where my cursor is.
There you are.
Okay. You actually pointed out there a while ago. I'm going to go back to your website, and I want to hit maybe some of these diseases, because I remember at some point in time I looked at a bee and it was completely black, and your comment was that it's a normal bee. It just doesn't have hair on it.
Yeah.
So our mental image, like these images here of bees being yellow and black, the yellow is just the hair and the black is actually the natural body color of the bee.
It can be. There's different colorings of the bees, but the primary coloring differences is in the hair. Oh. So going to your question there, it would be under the viruses. So it'd be number two killer of bees.
There we go. Yeah. And so right here, there was another one somewhere, but yeah, this, here we go. This is the image right here.
Yeah. So that picture right there is a really good example, because all of the bees around her are black. They're jet black, just like she is, except they still have their hair. Okay, so with this particular bee, she has been suffering from a virus. The bees around her know that she is sick, so they've been grooming her excessively. And in grooming her excessively, they removed all her hair.
Wow.
So she appears black. She appears as a black, hairless,
Unreal.
shiny bee. But the bee right beside her, if you took all the hair off her, looks exactly like that.
It's just, so this is the hair that the pollen sticks to.
That's right.
So their whole body pretty much is a transport unit.
Yep.
Wow. And that's how they transport from the field into their hive.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's part of it. If they're mainly collecting pollen for reproducing larvae, reproducing bees, then they'll fly into a flower, buzz around, get as much pollen on their hairs as they can, then they'll comb it out and put it in
little balls and put it on their leg.
Put it on their leg.
Smart little creatures, aren't
Yeah,
they?
you bet. Makes it a lot easier to pack home.
I'd say. Well, yeah, I mean, so that must affect. Okay, so let's get back into a little bit more communication here. This is a really interesting topic here on how they're able to coordinate, not only within the hive on, which queen you're talking about earlier about segregating maybe an older queen from a newer queen, and there was some nuance there in between whether they were going to allow different options to develop, but then also the communication outside of the hive when it comes to swarming, and which bees are going to go and which bees are going to stay, and then the ability to communicate maybe their environment between scout bees and where to go and where the pollen is, and like all of these things. Like there's a whole array. There must be a communication system in place that is like insanely accurate. They don't talk like we do. Yeah. They buzz sweet little nothings in each other's ear. Like what is going on there?
It's a social insect, which means it lives in a population, and that can't happen without some form of communication, right?
Yeah.
Especially when we've talked about the different jobs that they have, and how do you different jobs based on ages, etc., and how do they know that, and how do they coordinate their work
right from birth
without some form of communication?
Yeah.
So there's basically two main types of communication that goes on in the beehive. Well, actually three. So one main type that most people are familiar with, if you Google, look on Google at all, is the bee dance. So this is your forager. She's gone out. She's found some great flowers. She's come back and she's wiggling and dancing around on the combs. And the way that she dances, the intensity of how she waggles her rear end, or twerks, if you will, and the direction that her head is pointing when she's doing this, tells the bees around her where the flowers are, where there's a foraging, a good foraging source. So that, that's the bee dance, and that's the one that most people see and understand the most.
Well, I can play this like this short little video clip, but it doesn't explain a lot. And I want you to be able, I really would like you to expand on what we're about to see, because I think it explains a little bit about what you just said.
Okay.
But there's a tremendous amount more that I think we want to go. But
before you play it,
yeah,
let me just expand a little bit more on that dance.
Sure.
So the direction that she is walking and pointing her head is relative the sun. And the distance that she walks along the comb as she's dancing is how far away it is. And the intensity or vigorousness of her twerk is how strong that nectar source is.
How the hell do they do that?
So this is so that's in principle what it is. Don't
but
quote
that's
me
a standardized
exactly,
unit of measurement.
Yeah.
And how do they know? So does that the time of day come into effect? Like how do they have that reference on the position they are to the sun? I'm assuming.
Well, she just got back, so it's relative to the sun right now,
right at that moment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's the dance, and don't quote me exactly on it because I'm not a walking encyclopedia, but that's the essence of it. The second communication in the beehive is pheromones, so it'd be smells. Okay, and so you have smells coming from the larvae and the brood, saying they're hungry or saying they're sick or saying they're good. You have smells coming from the queen, whether she needs, communicating her needs based on the pheromones that she's emitting. You have pheromones from the bees themselves, guard bees. We talked a little bit about smoke last time, and
I wanted to touch on that again, actually, but yeah.
Okay. So the smells inside the beehive are incredibly important. That's the main communication of what's going on in the beehive is smells or pheromones. And then the third communication mode they have is vibrations. So it'd be, if you tap a beehive, you walk up to the beehive, everything's quiet. And if you tap it, there might be a sudden hum. Okay, well, that's vibration. That's an alerting vibration to everyone in the hive that, listen in, something's going on. So you have you have movement communication through the dance, the bee dance. You have smells, and then you have vibrations. So there may be high-pitched vibrations, low-pitched vibrations, steady hums. All of those have different meanings in the beehive. If you want to really get in depth and detail on all of these things to validate or discount some of the things I've said, read Tom Seeley's books.
Okay.
He is the authority on honeybee behavior and communications. And the main books that you're going to want to look into are Honeybee Democracy and Lives of Bees.
I want to bring this up for the viewer. You said Thomas
Seeley.
Oops. Well, I misspelled it. So Thomas Seeley.
Yeah, that's him there.
Okay, and here we go. So Honeybee Democracy is one of his books he has here from 2010, 2019.
That one is mainly focused on the communication and dynamics of the colony, the superorganism around swarms.
Oh, okay.
The Life of Bees is basically everything else that we just talked about.
And that's from 2019.
Yeah.
It's fairly recent.
It is, yeah.
Okay. And he 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 other books.
He has a number of them. Yeah, he's.
So these last 2 that we just mentioned are probably in your opinion at least a really good starting point and got the most value.
Yeah, if you're intrigued by how honeybees communicate and want to have some sense of understanding of it, those are the two I would recommend.
Thomas Seeley. So Honeybee Democracy and Lives of Bees.
Lives of Bees, yeah.
Okay, this is the guy right there. I'm
gonna
have to give him a shout and say, "Hey, let's talk."
Yeah, you bet. He does have a few videos out there. I don't know if they're done by him or just folks who have worked with him. But yeah, if you're really intrigued by communication in the beehive, that's the guy. That's the authority.
That's pretty good to know. Damn, there was so much there. I normally write it down as little notes or pointers there. So just to kind of encapsulate a little bit about what you said, the primary form of communication within the hive would be scent.
Yes,
probably because of lack of line of sight
and light.
And light
inside the beehive, it's generally dark.
Okay, right? Good point to make. So scent. Now, before I move on to the secondary point of communication, with scent, is that kind of a little bit more a physical trait that the queen bee is able to use for communication, or does every bee have that ability to secrete scent for communication?
Every bee has an ability for different types of pheromones, different scents.
Is that through maybe glands, or how does?
Yeah,
do you know?
Absolutely, it's glands. Some of the glands are on their abdomen. Some of them are on their rear of their abdomen, just near the stinger.
Oh,
and some of them might even be in their head.
Wow.
The queen,
that would make
queen,
sense
for
with
example,
all those
is in her head. So.
For sure.
Yeah.
So when you're handling these bees now, are you very conscious on body movement, maybe your mental state of mind, because fear, stress, maybe sweat, if it's hot, like can you antagonize in these bees without really, do you have to go in there and say, okay, calm, cool, do a little yoga, go in there? Is there something to that?
Yeah. I mean, everybody knows Caesar Milan, right?
Yeah. And the dog whisperer.
The dog whisperer. There are bee whisperers out there, and it comes from experience, and how you handle the hive, how you approach the hive, how you when you're doing inspections, which I call them inspections. Basically, you're opening the hive, you're looking through the frames, you're looking at the health of the brood and the health of the queen and things like this. How you do that in your movements, and how you prepare the hive to receive you has a huge impact on how it's going to react to you. I have had cases where I've been helping some folks, and they say their hive they have problems with their hive. It's it's a mean hive. They've got all kinds of issues with it, And I will go there, and
it's reflecting the handler.
And I'll go there and I will open that hive and do an inspection with no gloves, no veil, minimal smoke. And it's just a matter of approach, handling, and as I said, most of the things in the beehive are controlled by pheromones. You can't say this any other way, or a nice way is BO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
So okay. BO though is if you had a shower and you used, Old Spice, and you've got an odor, whether it be a perfume, or something that might be artificial, would that antagonize them over
They might find that an aggravating scent, or they might find it a calming scent, depending on what particular soap you used.
Oh. Do bees have a character? Like, do they by nature prefer certain things, sweeter kind of senses versus maybe more, stronger fragrances?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The alarm pheromone, which is the everybody hands up and stingers out, in a beehive, the smell of the alarm pheromone smells very much like bananas.
No way.
So do not eat a banana.
Oh, so glad you said something. So that's sweet.
So do not eat a banana before you go open a beehive.
Really?
Again,
oh, man, that's a little nugget.
there may
of
be some
information.
differences of opinion out there that say, no, that's not true. My experience, it's true. They're not.
I believe you.
They're not going to come.
7th generation of knowledge here.
They're not going to come running out at you, blazes and stingers directed straight at you. But they will be a lot more easily irritated.
So what's the opposite of that?
Calming sense.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can say what a calming sense
What do
are.
you do before you handle a bee?
Well,
What's your approach?
If you're going to be working the bees, your clothing and laundry, use scentless soap, and don't use bounce sheets and such in the dryer. Like no scents whatsoever. And also if we talk about BO, don't use perfumed or scented soaps. If you're planning to be going out to work your bees, you're going to have a much calmer and more pleasant experience that way.
So wash your clothes, put them on the clothesline and let them air dry, and go out there with as much of a natural approach without any extra aromas, artificial aromas, and they will be more accepting.
Yeah, you bet.
Organic.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, okay.
So that's good to know.
Yeah, and then the second thing we get into then is smokers, right?
Yes.
And the primary purpose of the smoker is to mask scent. So when you open the beehive, the alarm pheromone goes off immediately. And what the smoke does is it masks that alarm pheromone so that everybody calms down, because you're basically turning the alarm off.
Yeah.
It also is more calming for them because smoke is over millions and millions of years, smoke generally means fire and generally means that their tree might be burning down. So they go into a reserved mode. So if you smoke a lot and you observe, you'll actually notice bees.
It's alarming.
You'll actually notice bees sticking their head in the cells and gorging themselves. So they're trying to fill up with honey because they think they might have to evacuate.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Right on.
So part of it is masking those alarm pheromones, the smoke effect, and the other part is putting them in a different mindset, more of a preservation mode than being concerned about what you're doing.
So with the smoke, are there different materials that lend themselves to, better smoke versus others, not as far as the smoke itself, but maybe the smell that they might be picking up on?
Yeah, just think natural smoke. So
pine needle and
pine needle, bark, wood chips, these kinds of things will have the best effect. If you start pulling up grasses and burning paper and other things like that, it may be more aggravating to them than calming.
Wow. Okay. What about visual? You talked about we talked about, I guess, the communication through scent.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got outside of the hive, primarily, I would assume, is the visual. So the shaking and the moving in the sun and very, very, precise movements.
Mm-hmm.
How does that, first, before we move on to how they communicate, how would that, do you want to use very smooth, natural movements?
Yeah.
Does your movement kind of relate to their perception of your threat?
Yeah, you bet. So, one of the third things I said was vibrations.
Oh, yeah.
So when the beekeeper breaking into a beehive, there's a lot of vibrations there. So those can be alarming. But then once the hive is open, you're into visual. Quick movements, quick jarring movements that either create vibrations or create quick visuals. It's remarkable how well a bee can see. Those will be alarming. However, slow, calm, gentle, non-jarring movements that will keep the bees calm. I mean, that's kind of the difference between having a beehive open and all of the bees are lined up along the top of the frames and they're looking at you. And if you make sudden movements and sudden quick movements, that you may have 100 bees in your face.
Have you had people that get a little bit
or if you're very
nervous?
calm, very slow, deliberate, you can move those frames around, pull those frames up. They'll still be looking at you, and
wow,
they don't care.
Neurotic people, you want to keep the hell out of there. Eh?
Yeah, if you're rammy and jammy, then
I know rammy.
You're going to have
some people
problems.
just by nature seem to just like clunky, right?
Yeah.
So you want to have finesse when you're handling them.
Yeah.
And then as far as I think
But
disposition to concern, would they just their fear kind of admit something they can pick up on because they've got a little bit more of a sensitive, they're intuitive to different senses and odors and
I don't think they'd be picking up on
fear,
you, on
nervousness?
you or fear, nervousness.
Okay.
They're more picking up on they're looking at you and they're smelling you and they're trying to assess what kind of threat you are.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're coming in ramming and banging or things around and tearing the stuff apart like a bear, you're likely to get a very defensive response.
Does increased handling kind of get them a little bit more used to that, whereas maybe a hive that doesn't get handled much might be a little bit more alarmed at?
That's a great question. And there are differences of opinions on that. My experience is absolutely yes. A hive that is open frequently, inspected frequently, and done so in gentle way, is a much calmer hive and much more tolerant hive than ones that are not open very often, or when you do open them, you're pretty rough with them.
You're open as a hornet's nest.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite. But yeah, no, there's a truth to that.
Huh.
And, granted, the lifespan of a bee midsummer is 2 to 3 weeks. So you might enjoy that period for only those 2 to 3 weeks until those ones that are used to you are gone. But there is experience. My experience has shown that they don't get used to you. They don't necessarily recognize you, but they get used to the disturbances, right? It's like the bees don't get upset when there's a thunderstorm rumbling through.
They don't?
No, because they recognize
everything gets freaking.
Yeah, they recognize that as a natural occurrence. So if you're coming to the beehive frequent enough that they recognize that your disturbance is a natural occurrence, then they're less likely to be extremely defensive.
Yeah.
And like I said, there are differences of opinions on that.
Well,
those are my personal experiences.
Well, considering I think your position and knowledge of being a 7th generation beekeeper, I think you probably rank fairly high on your opinion. If I'm going to take someone else's opinion, it's going to have to come with a tremendous amount of clout. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I want to try and start kind of bringing things in.
Sure.
I have, we can keep going here, but I think we covered a tremendous amount of information. Though there's 2 things I want to touch on though. The end product, honey. I have a couple questions about that. Mm-hmm. And then also I want to try and bring things in a little bit on your website, graze over the mites thing, because I know that's a fairly big deal, and we did touch on that fairly in depth, but just to try and bring things in, especially for the viewer that might be getting restless along with everyone else. honey. So now questions when it comes to honey. Is there difference in levels of quality based off of obviously the flowers, time of year? Is there issues with maybe substandard honeys based in regions or people cutting it with whatever versus maybe, I don't know, alfalfa versus another flower or whatever have you that might have a higher purity?
So let's start off saying that the word honey is not all inclusive. Honeys are not all alike. The flavoring of a honey is unique to the floral source that it came from. So your honeys from the deep wild woods is going to have a different flavor than your honeys from that's primarily alfalfa versus clover versus canola or any other floral source you might have that's prominent to your area. Some honeys are very dark, naturally very dark, like molasses.
Yeah.
And other honeys like alfalfa is almost water white.
Oh.
Like clear, almost water clear. So you cannot judge a honey by its color other than recognizing that it's different floral sources produces different colors of nectar, which also produces very different flavors of nectar. And color is not representative of the flavor. The flavor is only represented by what the flower source is.
Oh.
Okay. Now, quality of honey. It doesn't matter what color the honey is. The quality all goes back to the production and handling of that honey from the bees to the comb to the extracting, handling, and packaging by the beekeeper or whoever's harvesting that honey. High quality honey starts with healthy bees. If your bees are not healthy, you're going to have issues with your honey right from the start. Mm-hmm. And that comes from their ability to produce those enzymes that I was talking about up front.
Yeah.
And how, because those enzymes had flavor. So you got flavor from the floral source, then you have the flavor from...
We're eating bee saliva.
The bees?
Son of a... Why did you... I didn't even...
Yeah, bee puke. Bee puke. Okay, so so it comes from that. And so healthy bees will produce more pleasant honey. And then the handling within the way you harvest the honey and the way you extract the honey, and then the way you store it and package it, all of those things add up to ultimately the quality of the honey that's in the jar that you're buying. So much of that doesn't reach the knowledge on the shelf at the grocery store, right?
Especially, I would imagine, when it comes to the commercial process of it all, right? I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that the smaller local beekeeper would probably have, no better way of describing it, a higher quality honey than what you would get on the store, right? The shelf at your local market. No? Am I wrong in saying that?
This is a hard answer.
Is it?
It's a hard truth. The quality of the small hobbyist beekeeper that you speak of isn't necessarily higher. It may actually be quite lower, depending on how that honey is.
The knowledge
is
and everything
handled.
that we were talking at the first part.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
And the quality of the coming out of the commercial beekeeper may far exceed anything that some of the hobbyists may produce. Okay. Where we get to the grocery shelves is the disconnect between those quality productions and the whole grocery chain sourcing of products that they put on their shelves.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have problems out there with what we call adulterated honey. Okay, so honey is the second highest adulterated product on the grocery shelf. Adulterated means
second highest. So explain.
Adulterated means it's been mixed with some other product that is
lower
not honey.
grade.
Yes. So the
Like corn.
Number
corn
one,
syrup? Or is that a
number one is olive oil.
Oh,
Number two would
olive oil, really?
yeah, you bet.
What the?
Yeah, you bet. And the second would be honey. And so you have honeys on the shelf in the grocery store. They can say honey on the label because they may have a small percentage of honey in it, but it may actually be mostly syrup.
Nah,
Okay.
syrup.
Yeah. Yeah. Sugar syrup.
It
corn
makes
syrup.
sense. I get it.
Yeah,
I bet you.
Yeah, you bet. So it's a very difficult subject to get into. It can get pretty long. But all I can say, if you want highest quality honey, seek out and buy from local and regional beekeepers directly. And if you can't get them directly, then you have to go to the grocery store, seek out and find the name brand on the shelf that can be linked back and is trustworthy to the quality and to the beekeepers. So here in Western Canada, that name on the shelf that you want to look for and you want to pull off the shelf in the grocery store is called Bee Made. BEE.
No, that's very common.
AID.
Very, very common here.
Bee Made is the Western Canadian honey producers.
It comes in a plastic, or like a little plastic, looks like a little mini beehive.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's
good. So you
that is a
endorse
co-op.
that?
It's a co-op of Western Canadian honey producers. So
okay.
you obviously from the numbers I shared earlier, it's primarily Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba honey producers, and some BC producers, but not very many are included in that co-op. But you're guaranteed 100% Canadian, 100% unadulterated, and high quality, direct from the beekeepers.
Good to know.
Okay.
That Bee Made. That's a juicy little piece of. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, you bet. So everybody and anybody who comes to me to buy honey when I'm out or low supplies, that's what I recommend. That's where to go. For other listeners elsewhere, I don't know what to tell you.
Can you manipulate the honey that's being made at the end? Like, you know how you used cows as a reference a little bit earlier, and so I want to use that same reference. I think when it comes to beefing up the end result, can you use honey water or other things to try and get your bees to make stockpile your final harvest with different waters, like much like how cattle, okay, they're grass fed, but we're going to finish them on grain to try and get them fattened up? Can you do similar things with bees?
Not really. No, it's extremely difficult to you're basically asking about boosting or adulterating.
Yeah. Like you're trying to
own production.
Artificially, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much impossible unless you're mixing it in the tank. And even then,
how do you? Okay.
And even then, if you're doing that, and you're selling to if you're selling to a reputable packer, which ultimately ends up in a grocery store, they're gonna be doing testing, sampling and testing, and so they will pick that up pretty quick on lab analysis.
That was one thing I was in closing on the honey thing, the testing for quality. How do you test honey, like as far as it being maybe cut or purity, quality? Is there a way to kind of test honey and say, okay, this is legit, or maybe this is not such a quality honey? Yeah,
so that gets into some of these emerging technologies right now. honey on the surface is really difficult to do that analysis, because it's made of complex sugars. There's so many different types of sugars that are in honey. So what you're analyzing for those enzymes that I talked about. The problem is a lot of those enzymes are destroyed through heating and honey bulk, massive honey packaging processes. So by the time it hits the grocery store shelf and it's gone through those processes, many of those enzymes have been destroyed. So it's very difficult to test at that point for authenticity of the honey. However, there is current technologies that are under development and in use right now to build a database of types of honey around the world. And the way they're doing that is they're using spectral analysis. And what it's looking for is it's breaking down and identifying different types of pollens that are known to different floral sources in different parts of the world. So basically they'll go into, say they come into the Peace Country here, and they'll ask me or some other beekeeper in the area, do you have hives that are pretty much monofloral sitting in an alfalfa field with very little to nothing else around? Give us a sample of that. Give us traceability of that. They'll do a spectral analysis of that then goes into the database. Then they can
That's
test.
a baseline.
That's a baseline. Then they can they can bring in questionable.
I see.
Questionable honey
Okay.
samples. They can bring in questionable honey samples.
Yeah.
Do the analysis on those and say, yeah, no, this type of honey does come from this area. It is true honey, or there's no way it comes from that area, or it doesn't exist in the database.
Gotcha.
It's rice syrup from China.
Yeah.
Or
rice
whatever.
syrup. Okay. So
Anyway.
I'm glad can you cut honey with rice syrup, and like that's the quality part
That's right. I mean, you can, that's the adultering that I'm talking about. So,
okay. Wow. Okay.
so that's a whole.
Yeah. No, I picked up on that.
We can really
I
go deep
smelt
into that. But
we don't have enough time.
That's entering the commercial world and some really big issues there on the value of the honey that's on the shelf versus what the true value and true quality is, if you can get it as direct from the beekeeper as possible.
Yeah.
And my advice at this point is the only line of sight I can give you and the listeners to have confidence in the quality of the honey that you get off the shelves here in this area or anywhere in Western Canada is the Western Canadian Beekeepers Co-op, and their brand name is Bee Made. Anything else is a crapshoot.
It's good to know, and I appreciate that feedback. I think that's gonna have a lot of value with anybody who's listening to this right now that might not want to get into the whole beekeeper end of things, but still want to have the quality. I mean, when I go to the grocery store quite often, and not everybody has access to beekeepers, so that's a really good reference point.
There you go.
Yeah. So let's touch on your website. We touched on it a little bit earlier, but I want to make sure that people know exactly where this is available, because the amount of information that's available on this website is phenomenal. So it ranges from what we had talked on quite a few times there with the calendar, different, threats to the bees, whether it be the mites or the...
Yeah, the Beekeeper Education Library section has got some articles written by myself and other articles that are drawn upon from around the web and other beekeeping websites. So you can spend hours and hours and hours there. The rest of the website is built around how to get a hold of members of the bee club or get engaged. We do that via some of the forums on the site. I tried to think of what forums might be best for people, and that's really you're in to get engaged, and the bee club will reach out to you, but you have to reach in first.
Yeah, that makes a good point. And that's where I think a lot of people can use this as a good reference, because what I like about what you've put together here is that it definitely has some regional based information, but it also has, I think, a broader knowledge when it comes to bees in general.
Oh yeah.
So this is something that I think anybody can reference. I know people that are listening right now, and believe it or not, Fort St. John has a reach down to Europe. Son of a shout out to Europe. Yeah, like I don't not a huge following. I think my stats and everything are showing about 10%, which is huge as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
a lot of the American and predominantly, of course, this area within Canada. None of Eastern Canada, so boo on Eastern Canada. You got to kick it up a notch. But either way, this website, I think, has a lot of information that's going to pertain to just about every region. So I'd like to everybody to just kind of take that into consideration. Let me know if you see an uptick from people that are. Do you have a way to be able to see where
I don't have any counters on there right now, so
okay,
unfortunately. But it's interesting that you mentioned the
geographical,
the wide audience that you kind of have. Is I have just a basic Facebook page for my little apiary operation, and I do have followers from down southern U.S. and
social media is powerful, isn't it?
And some in Europe, and some in the Philippines as well. It's
really
interesting. Yeah, you bet.
That's cool. What's your, so if I was to go, I want to just try and guide them maybe to your Facebook page. It's pretty simple to find. It's Facebook. It's on Facebook. It's Paradis, Paradis, apiaries. Apiary means bee yard. Yeah, FSJ. Apiaries FSJ. And that's it. That's my little outfit. This is it right here.
Yeah.
I'm over on my thing here. I'm just going to make this bigger. So this is pretty cool. You've got a lot of snow.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you bet. No, I just, on there, there's nothing big professional or front ending on this page. It's mainly just, experiences, shenanigans, little tidbits here and there, and keeping some of the local interests informed as to what's going on, and then for the broader audience, they just kind of enjoy seeing what kind of activities we're up to in this area. And everything I do on that page is representative of what's happening in the beekeeping operations around this area. I'm not a big commercial operator, as we said at the beginning, but it's big enough that it represents what's going on.
Well, we've covered a tremendous amount of ground. I hope everybody finds this of value. I want to make sure that you understand my appreciation for you coming onto this podcast and spending this amount of time sharing your knowledge, because I think anybody who's watched this for this length of time is going to be just as appreciative. And it takes people like yourself to be able to kind of contribute to what is going on right now. And I think better everything, whether it's, beekeepers or just a general understanding of what's going on. So this is, at the very least, time not wasted. And like I said, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for the opportunity and the invite to come and talk about bees. As I said, beekeepers, once you get them into talking about bees, it can go on for hours.
You can. We've hit, I don't know where we're at. It's a long freaking time. I think we're over 4 hours. This has got to be one of the longest episodes I've ever done. So.
Well, you have lots of opportunity to edit what you like, and
unfortunately, this is fairly raw.
And folks who want more, you can set it aside as an addendum. I guess. I don't know.
Pause and you put it. I mean, there's options. Our technology allows us the freedom to do what we want. So, thank you. This is a wrap, and. for anybody that's out there, thanks for listening. The best way you can help out right now, because this is, I think, a little worse off than nonprofit, is share it, talk about it, even if it's lengthy and it feels cumbersome, you know, and you've listened till now. Let people know about Kevin Unscripted, the podcast, and, you know, beekeeping, this episode. We need to know more about it. And tell me more, where do we find, what is your website and your Facebook?
Well, Facebook we just covered. It's Parody Apiaries FSJ. Website for the club is www.peacebeeclub.com or www.peacebeeclub.ca. Yeah.
Claude Paradis.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Take care.